Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is a big tradition of the Launceston Christmas Carnival. It is the Launceston cycling team challenge against the All-Stars. So the junior riders assembling to take on a composition of all the other riders versus the home team. It is an Italian pursuit, which means that the front rider does one full lap of the velodrome and peels off, leaving the second rider to complete the second lap. We keep going all the way through the compilation of the riders until we get down to one rider each side. The first rider to cross the line on the pursuiter's line will win the race for their team. So the front straight is ready, the hands are in the air. Front straight ready, back straight ready. Riders attention. Underway for the Italian, the Launceston team off to a great start. The All-Stars are fighting to get their formation and formation well. Leading the way on the All-Stars is Rory Stretton, the Bernie rider, and she's digging deep, but they are down by about 10 metres. But Rory's really pulling a big turn here, and she's going to take it to the line. The front riders will peel off and allow their team. Front straight cross now, back straight now. Down by about 20 metres. So the front straight, there is a big incident in the front straight, and that will cease the race. There was an overlap of wheels and 3 riders have gone down. We'll allow the first aid team to do their job. So it does appear that the All-Stars are ready to go again, and the call is to bring the Launceston team back onto the track. We certainly hope that the riders are all okay. You can see Thomas Blaisley getting some attention. So it does look like we've got Mitch Stratton coming in. A big thank you to Mitch for filling the gap. And Caleb McKenzie's also come in. So a big thank you as we get our Launceston team to their marks. Nick Broxson, who was in the fall, has gotten back up and is going to anchor this team. So as the riders take their positions, on the back straight is the all-star compilation of riders. A big thank you to the riders. Now I know some of the kids may be rattled. Let's try and settle those nerves by giving the Launceston team a massive round of applause. They're back on track and dedicated and ready to give it a go. Let's see how this one pans out. The All-Stars in the back straight, in the front straight. Launceston Cycling Club, hands are up. Back straight ready, front straight ready. Riders, attention, underway for the restart as we get the Launceston team underway. The All-Stars are already moving into formation. The Italian pursuit. Each rider at the front will do a full lap of pace, setting it up for their second rider to take over. The chase and the yell from the All-Stars saying, keep it going. Lots of encouragement for Rory, but it looks like Launceston are leading the way. Let's have a look. It's close though. The All-Stars, they cross now. Launceston, nothing in it. Absolutely nothing in it. It's 0, no meters. Who's going to bring it home the stronger? We've got the All-Stars working well together with little, oh, there's a mess. There's a drop chain. It is a locked ring. We've lost a rider. So I need a little bit of instructions on what will happen here. So the mechanical incident, as they're trying to get their formation back together. Launceston have been met with so many problems as we look at the rider. She's obviously either broken a chain and that is a broken chain. So it is off the bike completely. So I am a bit of a mumble, but let's keep the Launceston team. Plenty of encouragement for them. They've had some adversity, but that is life as they're trying to get themselves back together. There's no point in being a team of individuals. It is about being a team, and they're learning a lot here. The All-Stars look like they've got it fully under control though. They know that they can just peel one rider off and they should be able to go to victory. And it's been a while as we see Stratton swinging up. They are trying to stay together, and it's a good job here by the Launceston team, but the All-Stars are fully in control, and I think the history books will go the way of the All-Stars in 2022. So as they, under the rules, they once they pass the tail rider, they have won the race, but they're riding it home and they're trying to do it to show the skills, and All-Stars are doing a great job at the moment. We are down to 3 riders in the All-Stars, and it is now 2 laps to go. So that's the way I'm going to call it. It is 2 laps to go. The anchor rider for Launceston, but have a look at the pace of All-Stars, absolutely flying along. Broxham moving very nicely as we try and get to the finish of this. It is 1 lap to go, and the catch will happen, and it's the Western Australia rider, Washington, who's going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Italian, the All-Stars. Congratulations to the All-Stars. And please keep the applause going to the Launceston team, who have done such a great job through much adversity. Well, Josh, often in life, things start to go wrong and they just keep going wrong. And I think the kids learnt that lesson in that one, but what I took from that was the great effort of the riders to say, we can't leave everybody behind. They tried to pull it all together.
They say bad things come in 3, so hopefully that's the last of our crashes. But yeah, good adversity for the Launceston team, and well done particularly to Nick Broxham to get out there again after coming down in that fall. It's gutsy to get out there like that.
And the great thing about Nick was he realised that this isn't about individuals, it's about the team. So he went back and tried to pick up the rider, tried to fix it with some, well, Selly's no more gaps, but unfortunately the gaps were too big and it all panned out in an unfortunate way. Josh, the next event on the program is the first of every race is a big race, but this is pretty darn important. This is the qualifying for the Launceston wheel race for the women. There are 2 heats. Holders are required. In these heats, they line up, and the riders, we have the first 10 across the line will qualify for the wheel race final, Josh.
They will. So just looking at the numbers, we have 7... So we have 15 riders in this, so on the start list with the withdrawal of Christina Clonan. So 15 riders on the start list. The first 10 to make the final means there's pretty good odds of getting through. Ride sensibly, pair up with the people around you, and you've got a good chance of making it through. So again, holders, if you can, make your way to the track, and we will hopefully have 1 holder for every rider. We will need 15 with the 15 riders.
So on the data information that I have, I've got Petra Anderson of 220, Tan Valencia of 190, Suzanne Straits 160, a very handy rider in a wheel race, Lilith Jones of 150, Amelia Mulhern 180, Selena Ho 110, Hannah of 120, Herman Noska of 120, Jess Schooler of 120, Emma Stevens of 100. Just looking at the hands, we need a handler in the back straight for Lilith. Emma Stevens 100, Felicity Wilson Heffernan 80, Maya Anderson 100, Sophie Ma 30, Lauren Perry 20, and no scratch marker in this heat. The first 10 across the line will qualify. The call will be, this is not the call, but it will be front straight ready, back straight ready, then riders attention. At that point in time, the gun will fire. Is that her there? So we have Christina Clonan of 10 metres. I've just noted that, and a big thank you, Josh, who she has, this is the first time hopefully she's warmed up. Let's find out. So most of the flags are in the air, just waiting on, looks like Emma Stevens has got her position above Maya Anderson. I am still waiting for, there's the last flag. Front straight ready, back straight ready, riders attention. Underway. This is the first qualifier for the Launceston Cup for 2022. Your lead rider, Petra Anderson, goes through with 6 laps to go. She's been followed by Tan Valencia and then Mulhern in a great position. Susan Straits as well. Nicely positioned as we see Hannah has got into the middle markers. The back markers is a trio. Sophie Ma of Lauren Perry and Christina Clonan. They are formed. It's nicely formed. We've got 4 out in front, a no man's land, a group of 3, another group of 3 and another group of 3. It is coming together with 5 laps to go. The 2 middle marking groups are coming together. The back markers with a lot more work, Christina Clonan and Lauren Perry. The top 10, we've had our first casualty, and that is Jess Schuler off the back. Lead group 4 with 4 laps to go. Still in no man's lane is Lilith. 2 in the middle with Hannah and Selena Ho, and the back group is all together. Let's count them up. 4 out in front, 5, then it's 7. Only 3 will get through if it stayed like this in that back group. The front 4 look pretty safe at 3 laps to go, or do they have the power to do this or not? As we see Tan Valencia is going off. States has got them together and working hard. They're saying stay together, work together, and all of us will be in. Sophie Ma's getting away at the moment. We've lost the rider of Schuler. She's out now. We're looking at Sophie Ma, followed by Felicity, followed by Lauren Perry, then Emma Stevens, then it's Christine Clonan. 3 at the lead with 2 laps to go. Still Selena Ho and Hannah trying to stay away from Felicity. Lauren, Christine Clonan looks comfortable. Ma, Stevens has gone out the back, and likewise has Maya Anderson. I think we're close to our 10. We've got 3 at the front now, 3 in the middle, and a group of 4 chasing. That to me is 10 riders. Front 3, get the bell. Second 3, get the bell. The last 4, all these are going to qualify. There's your 10 riders. It's pretty much decided on 1 lap to go, but we need a winner. And who is that winner going to be? Amelia Mulhern wins the heat. State smiles, Tan in. There is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Well, that was fairly easy, Josh. It was all decided with a lap to go. Took a while to try and get rid of 5 riders, but we managed to do it over the course of 6 laps, even though the race was 7.
It does show the value of having a good group around you, working together and keeping everyone through. All the riders that weren't dropped by their group made it through. So we have our second heat now. So again, a situation where we've got a lot of spots in the final and not many people who will miss out. Which just counting 13 riders here in Heat 2. Again, the first 10 to go through to the final. So our front markers, a group of 4. We have Gabrielle Tomaz, Courtney McGowan, Eugenie O'Rourke and Emily Walker. That group of 4 riding off 220s. And if we can get holders back out onto the track and over towards that group of 4, I think they're looking for another holder. Shortly behind them, we have Amalia Langham off 190 metres. The pair of Lisanne Wilmot and Caitlin Turn off 160. Morella Willis-Hell off 120. Chai Hu Nyo, 100. Mohammed Zabir off 80, along with Belinda Bailey and Georgia Simpson. And Kerry Jonker is our back marker off 30 metres in the South African kit down there, just to the start of the bend. So it's a 7-lap race once again. 13 riders with the first 10 through to the final. I see a flag on the back straight. Front straight ready, back straight ready. Riders attention. And a bit of a slow start here at the front, but Eugenie Rourke is picking up some speed very, very quickly. Courtney McGowan in and Emily Walker. Amelia Langham got an excellent start. If those 5 can pair up, they'll do very well. Lisanne Fox has dropped Caitlin Turner. And then behind we have Mirella Willis-Hell, who's paired up with Nyo. And then we've got a group of 3 just settling in behind, and Kerry Jonker has all of the work to do. So remember, only 3 will miss out here. We've got a group of 5 at the front, and Lisanne Wilmot, who is working excellently. So spaces are in high demand here as the groups at the back are just starting to come together. Caitlin Turner drifting back to Morella and Nyo. And then Mohammed Zabir is working with Belinda Bailey and Georgia Simpson are just paired up. And again, the group at the front looking very comfortable as they come round to collect 4 laps to go. Lisanne Wilmot just about to join up and make a group of 4, but the back markers and middle markers are starting to slowly pick them in. We've got a group of 3, another group of 3 forming soon in Kerry Jonker, unfortunately still in no man's land. She's got a lot of space ahead of her if she wants to make the final. Group of the 6 are flying though, and Amalia Langham on the front has put in an excellent turn after catching those on her own. So too Lisanne Fox. Emily Walker riding well. Mohammed Zabir looks around. Yo comes through. Morella. That group of 3 is flying as well, but they've got a long way if they want to get to the front, because this group of 6 is riding away with it. And coming through, they'll collect 2, which means there's only 4 spots left. Unfortunately, Jonker is still finally trying to claw her way back up to Caitlin Turner, but the group of 3 here is just starting to pick up a bit of pace, but it may not be enough. So 4 spots to play for from the back 2 groups. Emily Walker leads the front group across the line. Lisanne Wilmot on her. And then we have Mohammed Zabir, Morella and Yo. So Jonker has finally reached Georgia Simpson and Belinda Bailey, and with a group of 6 and a group of 3 up the road, they'll likely be fighting for 1 spot. But it's all about the front markers in this race, and Emily Walker will lead them home and take the victory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 come across the line, and Kerry Jonker just sprints away to get that final spot. A few errors with the bell there, but the group of 6 were home and hosed. They were fantastic. So Kerry Jonker was the 10th across the line. Missing out were Georgia Simpson and Belinda Bailey.
Well, Josh, I can tell you something. Do you know what the difference in qualifying 10th is compared to qualifying 1st? there's nothing. It's the same. They both qualify. So I'll say it, it's pretty simple. The heats are for show. The final is for the dough. That's where you bring your own game. And quite often, but what we've seen in the women's is that is a super strong lead group. And that lead group of the 220 all the way back down to the 160 has a lot of power. Not many back markers got in. Christina Clona, Sophie May, the rider of Felicity Wilson-Heffernan, she made it in. And of course, Lauren Perry. Can she do a repeat of Hobart? Heat number one, our lead rider, Bradley Selwood, of 270 metres with Michael Dalton and Brendan Simpson-Kitt. All of them off 270 metres. Adam Lees way back at 180 with David Hutton, Brendan Hutton at 150. Chiat at 140. Then it is Zanal at 130, Campbell Palmer at 100, Alex Eves at 100. It's a tough mark for Alex. We wish him all the best. Jack Lightfoot, 80 metres. Bouchek, 60 metres. Philip Webber, I haven't seen him today. I think he's a no-show. Ryan Schilt, 40 metres. And he's got some company, although he doesn't have a holder. And then nor does Lewis Johnston. I think a couple of holders are needed for our Dutch and Kiwi connection. And you're obscured in my view. We do have one of the holders there and another one coming. Front straight ready, back straight ready. Riders, attention. Underway, the gun starter's held him for a little while. That's his prerogative. Makes everybody a little bit nervous. But the front three, can they hold him out? Can they hold him out for this entirety of the race? Now, the qualifications changes a little bit. And how many qualify? 5 go through to the final in this 7-a-lap 2,000 metre event. 5 only will qualify. But we've got four heats to get our composition of 20 riders. Adam Lees is right in there, fighting away, trying to get the rider of 49 into position. David Hutton, as we look at Adam Lees, he's missed the wheel. The middle markers have got together. The front markers are social distancing at the moment. No, they're not. They're closing in. 2, followed by 1. Then a group of messy 5. But the Malaysians know how to do this. They've learnt how to ride a wheel race. And they are going and working, trying to get around Adam Lees. Adam Lees getting in there. And that group of 5 is starting to pick them all up. The back markers, Campbell Palmer in there with the 3. The back markers, though, is Lewis and Ryan Schilt and the rider, Paul Boucher. They've still got time to do this. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go as they go through. Our lead riders are being swamped. I don't think we're going to have any lead limit riders in this. They're going to get passed by everybody. The Malaysian has gone to the front. Chiat with 2 laps remaining. Chiat goes out. Adam Lee's in pursuit. Then it's followed by his erstwhile teammate of Zanal. Zanal, the back markers, are they there? They're there. They're thereabouts. Now they've got to get into the top 5. Are the back markers going to get in? We're coming up to the bell lap, and it is Cheat. He's going to be safe. Everybody else is racing for qualification. The back markers are there or thereabouts, but they're not in the top 5 yet. Are they in the top 5? They're still not in the top 5. One of them's in. Paul Boucher. Ryan Schilt's going to get in, and it's the rider of Johnston as well. Oh no, Johnston missed it. The rider made it was Cheat ahead of the rider of Paul Boucher. Then the rider of Jack Lightfoot made it. I think you'll find the rider who missed out is Lewis Johnston. And unfortunate, the New Zealander will not be winning the wheel race, and he kind of knows it. Only 5 to the final. Tell you what though, the Malaysians have certainly learned how to ride a wheel race. It's not, incidentally, a wheel race is a very Australian thing. When you see Roy Efting, he's about to ride his 3rd ever wheel race. He's got a 50% success rate so far. It took him a little while, but he worked it out after his 2nd attempt.
Yeah, 50% win rate isn't too bad. I wish I could work something out the second time I'd done it. Efting yesterday said he was a big fan of this style of racing. He said it gave everyone a good chance of winning. And I tell you what, not many people had a very good chance of winning when Roy Efting was in the race. He was paired up with Josh Duffy yesterday, and Duffy will start alongside him again today. So it's Duffy and Efting at the back. Just in front of them, we've got Sam Gallagher and Dennis Rugovac of 20 metres. So a fairly strong pair of back markers for today's second heat. Of 60 metres, Stefan Kova and Max Schmidbauer. So then a bit of a gap up to Sam McKee off 100 metres, who will have a lot of work to do on his own. 50 metres in front of him off 150, Ricky Groth and Miguel Groth. Then, as we've already seen, the Malaysians know how to ride a wheel race, and we've got 3 of them paired off 160 metres, which is not only a very handy mark, but there's 3 of them, Jaffrey, Zulkunen and Wahab. Off 200, Aaron Jones and Brett Schnitzling, along with Cohen Harper and Josh Rayner. So a reasonably strong group right at the back and a very strong group at the front. You would not want to be starting anywhere in the middle, as it's a pressure from both ends, unfortunately. But the first 5 through to the final, certainly be looking at the format of the women's race and looking longingly at that, with 10 out of 13 going through. So it's much, much tighter here. Competition will be high, but with those 4 in each group, we could see a good chunk added to the front of the race or the back of the race for the final. As well as this group off 150 and 160, Ricky Miguel Groth, Jaffrey Zulkunen and Wahab. Again, holders, as many holders as we can get. So 7 laps again here in the second heat of the Launceston men's wheel race. Front straight ready, back straight ready, riders attention. And a very good start here at the back as Eefting leads off the Scratchman. But up at the front, things are moving pretty quickly already. Aaron Jones is on the front with Brett Snitchling just behind. Cohen Harper in behind as well. And Josh Rayner, unfortunately, got off to a little bit of a rough start. But again, those two Malaysians, we've got Zulkarnain and Wahab by the look of it, making up a fair bit of ground already. And Jaffrey is about to just reel in his two mates. So the front group has very quickly become 8, and 8 into 5 doesn't go. And I'm sure the 4 at the back are thinking that they would like to be a part of it as well. Kovar and Schmidt-Bauer just launching onto the back of the Scratchman, but they might have missed the train. Eefting is absolutely driving it with Duffy on his wheel. Rugovac and Gallagher giving it everything. But the 2 Malaysians, or the 3 Malaysians, Jaffrey, Zulkarnain and Wahab, have moved straight to the front of the bunch. And Cohen Harper has moved there as well, placing himself very nicely, or that actually might be Josh Rayner. But again, this group of 5, or it's become a group of 6 now rather, so Zulkarnain, Rayner, Harper, Jones, Schnitzling. Oh, Jones is off the back, so we've got a group of 5 now settling at the front as the 4 at the back are still making up room, but they've only got about 2 laps to do it. So we've got our group of 5 at the front. It's Rayner, Schnitzling, Jaffrey, Zulkarnain and Wahab. A very strong front group, and they've unfortunately dropped Harper and Rayner. So the back markers are making up ground. No, it's 2 laps to go. It's still Duffy on the front, giving it absolutely everything. They fly around Ricky Groth. And the front group of 5 still working very through. They hit the bell lap. Can they make it through to the final? Cheer them home, ladies and gentlemen. We want to see a big front group in the final and an upset, but we also want to see the back markers, and they're doing everything they can. It's still Duffy on the front. Duffy's giving it everything, but it's going to be the front group that makes it through. And that front group is exactly 5. Well done, the front group of 5. It's going to be Wahab who leads them home, followed by Schnitzling, Jaffrey, Zulkarnain and Harper. But a few scalps taken in that race. Duffy's won a lot of Launceston wheels, but he won't win this one, unfortunately. And Roy Eefting's golden streak finishes here.
Yeah, he's now at 33% success rate. But, well, yesterday, he loved the wheel race. Today, I'm not so sure. I'll tell you who's done really well are the 3 Malaysians, and added 2 of them got in the last heat. Not that there's any teamwork in cycling. We all know it's an individual sport, but that is going to be... And Josh, how are your glasses? Because I'm having trouble with the black BTs and the black helmets, and thankfully Chiar has got the white helmet. That's the easy one to spot. This is the 3rd heat. Stephen Hall, off scratch with Graham Frisley. Jack Dollar at 160. That is an impressive mark for the young fella. Cousins 160. Webster 150. Aaron Young 140. Rogers 140. Jared Mann 140. Chun Kiat Lim 120. Hayden Vanderplug 120. Max Libanek 70. Will Eves 70. Hamish McKenzie, I don't think he's riding. I saw him in Civies. Matt Davies off 40. And then the 2 Scratchmen. Well, we've lost 2 of the back markers. I know it's always an inopportune time, but I'm going to try and grab Roy Eefting. And coming forward, Roy. We'll bring you right out the front. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Hobart wheel race winner. Roy, yesterday, you loved the wheel race. Today?
I still loved it.
Just that the heart rate, and I saw you look forward at 2 to go and went, oh dear.
I think I did it up too little. I think they went from 3 to 1.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
So that makes it a lot less to catch on, and that makes it impossible.
It was hard for you. Well, congratulations on yesterday's win, a big wheel race win.
Yeah, it's good. It's always good to win, so yeah.
Okay, and he'll success for the rest of the day. Much success, mate. Roy, just add something. You were concerned about the lap counting, and now you've confirmed it's good.
Well, time seems okay, so guess so.
Congratulations. So he's happy now. Okay, so waiting for the hands. Yeah, so the record time is 1 minute 59.4. The two back markers, Hall and Frizzly. Front straight ready, back straight ready. Riders, attention, underway. Can the two back markers, Hall and Frizzly, get in and make this a back markers race? Or will it be more middle markers? Aaron Young straight up onto the wheel. Jack Dola looking for some help, and he's got some help with Cousins. Cousins and Dola joined forces along with the rider of Webster, the New Zealander, Aaron Young, the American. Then we go back to Jared Mann sitting in there on the wheel and looking pretty. But we've got two in the middle trying to get across to this lead group of some 7 riders. The rider of Dylan Rogers sitting in the middle of the group. Then the rider of Hayden Vanderplog also on the group is there. But the back markers have done a great job, and they've wheeled in one of the middle markers. They've got to his wheel. They've parked it. They've parked it on that wheel. Might be a mistake. He swung up. We're a lead group of 7 with 4 laps to go. In the middle, in no man's land. And it's William Eves and the rider of Max Libanek. And they're going to get in trouble here because they're burning energy. The back markers, Graham Frizzly, surely they're not going to park it again. As Stephen Hall, they're yelling out in front, trying to get this front group in with 3 laps to go. Stephen Hall comes up. They've got some companion with Matt Davis. Matt Davis is in the trio of the back markers now, and they're about 70 metres off the back of safety. It's 2 laps to go. They had a good look over his shoulder. Is the rider at the front is Reuben Webster. Reuben Webster's going to be trying to get the right wheel, but they're going to be sprinting it out because the back markers are coming, and they're going to get close on the bell. They may not catch by the bell, but if they ride like that, they will. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Gruppo Compacto. They're all together. Now, who are the 5? Graham Frizzly's gone high. Hall's been caught. Hall's in trouble. Hall on the outside. Hall started his sprint. Kenny, Aaron Young's in. Aaron Young's in. Frizzly's in. And Hall mighty he does. In my opinion, Cousins, Hall, Frizzly, Young, and Webster. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now 3 New Zealanders. We have 5 Malaysians. We have 1 American. And they all walk into a bar. And the Australian said, we're outnumbered.
If I were to pick 2 Australians to go into bat for me, though, there'd probably be Stephen Hall and Graham Frizzly. 2 very strong boys. So all is not lost for Australia in the grand final.
Actually missed an Austrian. Paul Bischek's also in there. So, yeah, it's a smorgasbord of countries in the Launceston wheel race.
Holders, if we can get a couple of holders over to the final corner of the track. So here in the final heat of the men's wheel race, leading us out, we have Ross Jenkins, Greg Hutton, Jack O'Rourke and Matthew Schmicke, the group of 4 starting off 270 metres. Paul Butler, Nick Kane, James Nevin, all off 200. Jack Hadley will start off 150. Lockie Oliver and Kai Lart off 100. Actually, I might have the wrong. Apologies, we have some updated marks here. So it is Jack Hadley off 150, Lockie Oliver off 140, Kai Lart off 130, Quang off 120 with Alias, Toran Cook off 100, and then our group of three, a very forward group of backmarkers. We've got Dalton Stretton, Jade Madden and Ned Pollard off 70 metres. So apologies, Jack Hadley will not be starting the race. It's just Lockie Oliver and Kai Lard in that group. Back straight ready, front straight ready, riders attention. And away in the final heat of the Launceston wheel race. There's 5 spots left up for grabs, and we've got a good start from the front group of 4. They'll be hoping to get a few of those spots. We have Nick Kane leading down James Nevin and Paul Butler in a final group of 3. Lockie Oliver's absolutely flying, and Kai Lart's trying to get on the back of him. Alias has got a pretty good start as well, but Cook is trying to get on the back of that group. If we see that group near the back come together, it could be very strong. But speaking of strong, the front of the 4 are doing very well. James O'Rourke leading them out pretty well. Then just a short way behind, there's a group of 3. A group of 3 chases them before we have Quang on his own. So at the moment, it's a little bit all over the place, and we can't quite see how it's going to shuffle out, but at the front, we're about to have a group of 7 form, and there's a group of 3 just behind them. Alias has been strong all day, and he's putting in a monster turn, dragging up Kai Lard and Lockie Oliver. And then the group of front is starting to compact. So we're starting to get a bunch, and it's all coming together on the front. That's the best place to be, is Paul Butler sitting behind him, Nick Kane. But the front's just starting to slow up here, and the back markers are going to get on. Paul Butler on the front, but he might need to go quicker than that, because Dalton Stretton has absolutely launched one around the outside. He's got 15 metres. He's got 20 metres. Dalton Stretton is a long way ahead here in a wheel race heat that's come together after about 4 laps. And everyone behind sitting up. Cheer on Dalton Stretton. We need a Tasmania in the final. It's James Nevin, another one on the front of the bunch just behind him. Kyla and Nick Kane are looking at each other. But Dalton Stretton is not letting up. He's out front, and he's getting quicker, if anything. And behind the bunch, attack has come. It's Alias, the Malaysian, a 6th one in the final potentially. He looks under his elbow as he collects the bell. Nick Kane on the front in the group. Lockie Oliver and Ned Pollard are fighting shoulder to shoulder. But Dalton Stretton is home. Alias is home. Who's going to fill the final 3 positions in our Launceston wheel race? Ned Pollard looks fantastic. He's going to lead home the next bunch, but there's a couple coming around the outside. Pollard will take 1 spot, and Toran Cook with Lockie Oliver in 5th. And a fantastic ride from the back markers there to slip through there. They saw the opportunity come. The front markers sat up, and if you don't work, you're not going to get through to the final.
Well, congratulations, Lockie Oliver, who I think you called 5th, and I think you're right. So he's made the wheel race. So we do have a couple of Tasmanians in there, right at 38. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's Lockie Oliver, 38.
Yeah, and we think that's 5th place. Let's have a look and make sure that it is 4th. Let's find out. Pollard through for the line for 3rd. Didn't need to it. And I don't think the board's going to show us, but I'm pretty confident. There you go. There he is. Lachlan Oliver into the final. Congratulations. Now, Dalton Stratton, he didn't do it the easy way. He caught. He didn't wait. He went flying around. Yes, I had a look. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just before we get into our official break to let the officials do what officially needs to be done, I've invited a very special guest. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say the biggest call of the day and the biggest win of the year of 2022. I don't think it was, come forward, Hamish, come forward. I don't think it was your national time trial win in the under-19s. I don't think it was your national criterium win. I don't think it was all the races that you went in all throughout the year. I think in September, you rode a little race called the UCI World Road Championships, where you put yourself in the time trial position and you were the second fastest on the planet for an under-19. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause, Hamish McKenzie. Hamish, 2022, what a year, what a great year for you.
Yeah, it was super cool starting off, obviously here last year as well. It was a great preparation for Nationals and had a fantastic campaign there, and it went through all the way through Europe. We had a bit of bad luck with us Australian team boys getting sick in Europe, which was a bit of a struggle, but it was nice to get the selection to go to the World Championships and come home, knuckle down and prepare at home with the TOS. It was a perfect setup for me, and to go to the World Championships in your home country is pretty special, especially if you were first World Championships. So it really couldn't have gone much better for me, and I'm super stoked.
Well, you were based in Belgium and racing in Belgium, and essentially you weren't racing the same guys at the World Championships. You were racing the best of the best at the Worlds. That must have done your confidence a massive boost. And when you go back to Europe, you go, I know I can beat the best of the best.
Yeah, I know. Belgium was a bit of a rough trot, and I think we all came out of that with a bit of less confidence. But once I get in good form and I'm getting a good block of training and rather being sick and being in a bit of a bad environment, to be honest. So I know when I'm in my good shape that I can be up there with the best. So I'm looking forward to getting more opportunities next year racing in Europe.
Well, very briefly, 2023, I know you're with ACA, the Queensland Mob, let's call them that. So NRS events, but what else is 2023 got for you?
We're all heading to Europe in the start of April for 3 months, which will be really good. We're racing a lot of under-23 races, hopefully get to race the under-23 Giro d'Italia. Hopefully I might be able to stay a bit longer, do some guest rides with some more teams as well. But for now, I'm just training. I've got a bit of an injury, so I can't do nationals and all through summer. So I was putting my head down, getting this injury right and training for Europe.
Well, keep your back this way because I've got a little surprise for you. Don't look around, you haven't seen it yet. But we've brought the UCI Commissaire, Peter Thomason. The trophy for Tasmanian Junior Cyclist of the Year is about to be presented to Hamish McKenzie.
And sorry, before I hand it over, I'd just like to acknowledge this is called the Scott Dustin Trophy. And there's some very prestigious names on it, from Matt Gospel, Lilginda Goss, etc., etc. Georgia Baker. There's numerous riders have gone on to do great things in cycling internationally. But just to acknowledge Scott Dustin, I know Alex and Letitia quite well, but Scott was a young cyclist who moved to Melbourne in the late 1970s and was unfortunately killed out training in Melbourne. And since that time, this trophy, you can see there's now 40 approaching 40 names, and we've got Hamish is adding his name to that. So I'm sure we'll acknowledge Hamish in coming years as famously as some of the other many names. But well done, Hamish. Please take the Scott Dustin Memorial Trophy.
Yeah, I'm not official enough to give it to him. So ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause. Hamish McKenzie. And Hamish, I'm sure it'll sink in when you look at all the names on there and the great history. Tasmania has produced some of the world's best riders. Now your name's going on that trophy.
Yeah, it's pretty special. Tassie doesn't produce the most riders compared to other states, but the ones we do are very good. So it's a privilege to be on there.
Well, I'm going to leave you alone to sink it all in. Congratulations and all the best for 2023 and your future. Europe or Australia, you're already a winner. Hamish Mackenzie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now an official break. We'll be back with you very shortly, I should imagine within 10 minutes of this moment. At that point in time, we'll be starting with the under-13 wheel race final over 4 laps, and we'll ask those riders to be ready in approximately 10 minutes' time or possibly less. if I can call for the officials to take their official positions, please, if I can call for the under-13s wheel race riders to please take to your marks. We are ready to start event number 34, which is the night program of the Launceston Christmas Carnival, brought to you by TasCarnivals. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land upon which we gather today. I'd also like to pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and welcome any First Nation people who may be in attendance today. I'd also like to welcome you, the spectators and the riders, to the Launceston Christmas Carnival, Day 2 of the TasCarnivals for 2022. It is Day 1, however, of the Launceston rounds. Day 2 will be a Madison, and what a spectacular event that will be. We look forward to that in the coming days, but right now we are set. We're all ready today. We've run a number of rounds of racing with the junior competition and also the graded events. Included in those graded events has been a UCI level Omnium event. The Omnium raced over 4 events: the scratch race, the tempo, the elimination and the points race. In the UCI women and the UCI men, we have done 2 components of those. The elimination race will take place after the wheel race. Did I mention the wheel race? Well, we've had the heats of the wheel race, and we have 20 qualifiers for the women's Launceston Christmas Carnival wheel race and 20 riders for the men. They have qualified through a number of heats and are ready to race. The race procedure is event 34, the under-13 wheel race, followed by the under-15s, the under-17s. There will be a presentation of the wheel race riders for the 13s, 15s and 17s. Then we start the big one, which is the women's wheel race for 2022. I am joined by Josh, who is assisting with the commentary today, and we've got the under-13s. Josh Duggan, a big welcome to the Silverdome.
Thanks for having me. It's been a fantastic day of racing so far, all the way through from the juniors, the lower grades. But as you say, the big ones are coming up, the wheel races. Back straight ready, front straight ready, riders attention. And down on the back straight, Ella Hubbard's got a fantastic start, and Noah Digny's got a pretty good one as well. Rory Stretton's our front marker though. She's leading it out with everything she's got, and Ella Hubbard's just caught up to her there. So we've got a group of 2 at the front of the race, and Oscar Digny, sorry, not Levi, Oscar is doing everything he can to catch up, and he's catching them at a pretty quick rate here as they pass 3 laps to go. Noah Blaisley in the pink jersey, he's come through, and he's got a lot of work ahead of him with nearly half a lap to make up, and hopefully he'll have a mate in Flynn Jensen catch him in the next lap, and they'll be able to work together a little bit stronger. But it's still Ella Hubbard at the front. She's putting the pedal down, she's dropped her 2 mates, and she's got 2 laps to go. It's 2 laps to go for Ella Hubbard if she wants to win the under-13 Launceston wheel race, and she's got a pretty good chance at the moment. Flynn Jensen is still riding hard and he's making up ground, but I'm not quite sure it's going to be enough on Ella Hubbard. He's got the full length of the back straight if he wants to get in first place. And Ella Hubbard comes onto the home straight now, and she's got just over a lap to go, so let's cheer her home. She hears the bell. She's giving it absolutely everything as she crosses the line. Oscar Digny doing exactly the same, but Flynn Jensen, our back marker, is putting the power down through the second to last corner. He's going to pass Rory Stretton and jump into second place. I think he'll pass Oscar Digny in a minute there as well, but look up front, it's Ella Hubbard. He's not going to catch Ella Hubbard because Ella's on the home straight now, and she's just got metres to go. Flynn's going hard, but it's Ella Hubbard has won the under-13 Launceston wheel race, and a very good ride from Flynn Jensen to come home in second, and Oscar Digny in third. And well done to Noah Blaisley and Rory Stretton as well. Some tough rides from the front and the back. And well done to all the competitors in that race. A very, very good ride from Ella Hubbard off her front mark to claim the victory.
Yeah, a great victory and a good ride by Flynn. He came home so strong. Well done, young ladder. There was a lot of excitement, but Ella will be on the top step of the podium. For those who have just joined us earlier today, as I said, we had a number of heats. We have been, unfortunately, we've had a number of falls, and one of which was in the team Italian pursuit. So we may be light on some of our under-17s and our under-15s. I am going to read off the start sheet as we run into the under-15s wheel race. We've got Freya Miller of 260. She's joined with Ruby McKinnon from Launceston, Sunny McKinnon as well of 260, Ruby of 270. We go a long way back to the Western Australia. Philip Nessler of 140. He's joined by the South Australian Luca Schmidtke of 160. The two back markers, Caleb McKenzie and Mitchell Stratton, both off scratch. We await all the flags to be in the air. Just one to go. And you hear the clicks of the cleats. Front straight ready, back straight ready. Riders, attention. We're underway in the under-15s now, and can the two back markers catch the leaders, Freya, Ruby and Sunny? Freya, Ruby and Sunny have all got together. The middle markers though, Philippa and Luke are together, two in the middle. The two back markers, boy oh boy do they have a lot of work to do, but they're capable. Mitchell and Caleb come through with 5 laps to go. 5 to go for those leaders, but these riders coming through with 5 to go. Sorry, the leaders were at 6 to go. So 5 to go for the leaders as they go through. And young Freya Miller looks like she's going to try and take it by herself. So the back markers come through. They see 5 to go. And our leaders very shortly will see 4 to go. 4 to go for Philippa. Freya Mayer trying to get there. Ruby McEwen as well. Ruby has joined forces with Sunny, but Freya Miller is determined to do this by herself. She comes from South Australia. The leader on the race out in front is the rider of Freya Miller. The back markers come through. Freya is coming through now to see 3 to go. 3 to go for Freya. Can she hold out the back markers? She's doing such a strong job, a gallant job. I think she's got the energy to keep it going. Ruby and Sunny in there in the middle. The two middle markers are getting closer, Luca and Philippa. Luca trying to get there, working with Philip Nelson from Western Australia, the South Australian doing it. I've got to say the back markers are more than likely out of this one because our lead rider, Freya Miller, 2 laps to go for Freya. The middle markers are together. They're not out of it. You can see the rider of Luca. He's come over the top. Luca Schmidtke from South Australia. He's working with Philip Nelson from Western Australia. Nessler is at the front, but at the moment, has she got one more lap in her? Freya Miller went out by herself on the second lap. She's got 1 lap, 285 metres of the velodrome. She looks tired as we look at Luca. Luca's on the lead in the black kit. Philip Nelson in the Western Australian red and white, and Philip launches. He's out after Freya. Freya's been in front for all 6 laps, but it's the last lap that counts, and the winner of the under-15s is going to be Philip Nessler, Western Australia. Luca in second. Whoa, the middle markers got there. They fought, but what a big effort by Freya Miller. She took it, she left her group, went solo. But ladies and gentlemen, your under 15 winner of the wheel race, Philip Nessler from Western Australia. Luca was second, but please give a round of applause for your third place getter, Freya Miller.
Fantastic ride by young Freya there. A lot of guts to take off from the only two riders you've got with you with 4 or 5 laps to go in the wheel race. Doesn't look a bit. 4 or 5 laps around the velodrome is a long, long way, especially when you've been going pretty hard for a few before it as well. So we're into our under 17 wheel race now. Starting at the front, we will have Keirin Rayner off 265 metres. She'll be joined by Sophie Brotherton. Sybil O'Rourke 10 metres behind them at 255. So they'll have the back markers in their sights. They'll know exactly who they're being chased by. Scarlett Sybil at 220 metres, and actually between those two groups there'll be Ava Schmicke off 150. So a nice group of 4 at the front. Gus Chalice, Nicholas Ablett and Tom Blaisley, Ablett and Chalice off 180, Tom Blaisley off 110. And then all the way back to Jonas Shelverton and Nick Broxham off 10 metres, with Sam Washington 10 metres off the back of them. We need one more handler here at the 265 mark if we have one more. Thank you. So nearly a lap to make up for the front markers here. It'll take a big effort, but as we've seen today, Sam Washington has got a pretty good turn of pace on him, as does Nick Broxham and Jonas Shelverton. So a long, long way to make up for those 3 back markers. And some pretty strong riders out front we've seen from Sybil O'Rourke. She's ridden very, very well, as have all 4 of those front markers today. Back straight ready, front straight ready, riders attention. And a very good start from Sam Washington, who's made up those 10 metres on his 2 companions nearly straight away. So he'll jump on quickly and then they'll go about trying to chase down the riders at front. And at the front, our group of 4 splintered nearly immediately. So Keirin Rayner and Sybil O'Rourke have joined up. Looks like Ava Schmicke might just be able to get on the back, but Sophie Brotherton's being caught by Gus Chalice. No, it's Scarlett Sybil. And then Gus Chalice just a little bit off the back of them. So at the front now, 4.5 laps to go for them. We've got Ava Schmicke who's taken over the lead. She was given a pretty handy mark and she's absolutely torched it off the start. Rolls up as Sybil O'Rourke comes through. Our group of 3 at the back are riding very well, but they've still got 2, maybe 3/4 of a lap to go. But Nick Broxham's putting pedal to the metal down on the back straight, and that group of 3 is working very nicely as he swings up. At our front markers though, Sybil O'Rourke's just managed to hang on to Ava Schmicke. She'll get a better sit if she can just make up a couple of bike links, but she's hanging with her. So too is Scarlett Sybil. And then Keirin Rayner and Gus Chalice are just off the back of them. So the front's splintering, which is going to give those riders at the back a slightly better chance, especially as they're working so well together. Sam Washington's just driving it down on the front as Nick Broxham's hanging on for dear life. I think Jonas Shelverton might be done. But up the front, the 3 girls are done with Ava Schmicke because Ava is absolutely driving it. She'll come round and collect 2 laps to go. Can we have another front marker get up or middle marker? If Sam Washington's got anything to do with it, he'll say no. He's come round and he's just got about half a lap to go still to make up. But Ava Schmicke, it's all Ava Schmicke at the moment. She's got 50, 70 metres to the 2 chasing. Gus Chalice and Scarlett Sybil were doing everything. But Schmicky's going to come round and take the bell. Schmicky's still going. She goes into the final quarter. She's giving it everything onto the back straight. It's going to be her or Gus Chalice. Gus Chalice is chasing hard, but it's still Ava Schmicky into the final corner. Still got a beautiful pace up as she goes around Sophie Brotherton. She's into the final straight, and Gus Chalice and Sam Washington's come, but it's all Ava Schmicky who wins the under-17 Launceston wheel race, and an incredible ride from Sam Washington. But Ava Schmicky, she caught the front markers very, very early and did not look back. 7 laps of driving it on your own is a long way, and that was an incredible ride from Ava Schmicky. And Gus Chalice came home for 3rd, just beaten by Sam Washington. Scarlett Sybil were very well ridden 4th as well. Sybil O'Rourke in 5th. But well done, Ava Schmicky. The Schmicky family are doing very well today. Ava's taken out the under-17 wheel race. Meanwhile, I think her dad has won just about everything in D grade. So very, very good trip from South Australia for the Schmicky family.
Can I now call upon our place getters in the under-13s to make their way to the presentation area immediately, please. Ella, Flynn and Oscar, make your way to the podium. Attention to the under-15 place getters, the top 3, also to make your way towards the podium area. And the under-17s, whilst we're at it, prepare yourself for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the under-13s wheel race will now take place. Presenting the prizes and the sash will be patron of Launceston Cycling Club, Lindsay Burke. In 3rd place, Oscar Digny. In 2nd place, Flynn Jensen. In 1st place, and the winner of the under-13s wheel race, Ella Hubbard. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation to the under-13s podium. Congratulations to our under-13s. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the under-15s wheel race will now be presented. A big sponsor, big thank you to Precision Windscreens. In third place, Freya Miller. In second place, Luca Schmidtke. In first place, and the winner of the under-15 wheel race, Philip Nessler. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating the under-15s podium. That concludes the under-15 presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the under-17s wheel race brought to you by Gina and Kirk Stewart from St George Square Quality Meats. In third place, Gus Chalice. In second place, Samuel Washington. In first place, and the winner of the wheel race, Ava Schmidtke. Nearly. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me in congratulating the under-17 wheel race podium. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now have our wheel race finals coming very close. Already today, we have had the wheel race heats, and that has produced our top 20 riders on the wheel race qualifications, both in the men's and women's event. These riders are racing over 2 kilometres to determine the 2022 wheel race winner from Launceston. We are now inviting the handlers to their marks, and the riders. Of 230 metres is Gabrielle Tomaz. Of 220 metres is Courtney McGowan. Eugenie O'Rourke, 220 metres. Emily Walker, 220 metres. That is 4 riders off the same mark. We go back to 190 metres, where Amalia Langham is off 190, and so is the Singaporean rider, Tan Valencia. Then we go back to 180. Amelie Mulhern off 180. Off 160 is Susan Straits and Lizanne Fox. If 150, Lilith Jones. Off 120, Hannah Herman Oscar and Mirella Willis-Hell are both off 120. We go back to 110, Selena Ho. At 100 metres, Chai Hu Nyo. Off 80 metres, Noor Asla Binti. Off 80 metres, Felicity Wilson Hafferden. Off 30 metres, the South African rider, Keirin. Off 30 metres, Sophie Ma. Off 20 metres, Launceston's own Lauren Perry. And off 10 metres, your back marker for 2022, Christina Clonan. Number of Commonwealth Games medalists and World Championship riders in there, a number of national champions as well. So Josh, having a look at this field, what I did notice was the back markers really had to fight hard to make the qualification. The front markers seemed to do it well. They've worked well together, and that front group, my prediction is that the riders from Lisanne Wilmot forward and Suzanne Straits as well, moving forward into that group. That could be a big group of some 8 riders.
It could be a big group, but maybe it works in the favour of the back markers. There are consistent, once you get to about 80 metres, so 50 ahead of them, there are a consistent little target to catch. There's always a rabbit in front of them. So maybe that'll help them out when it comes to the end, especially if there's a little bit of looking around in that front group.
The back markers, from 80 metres back, Felicity Wilson-Hafferton, I think the group of Christina Clonan and Lauren Perry, Sophie Ma was a solid worker in that group. They've got a big potential, but they need to get there. They only made it in the last lap to make the qualification, and there's a lot more front markers. We are set, we're ready for this race. It's anyone's guess, but it is. I can't see that middle marker group, Lilith Jones, Mirella Henna from Czechoslovakia, Selena Ho. I can't see them having too much influence on this race. That's a big gap to get forward. But we'll find out. As you see, Mirella is asking for help with the handlers are required. So the back markers are ready. It's the middle markers just waiting on. The front markers are almost set, just waiting on Eugenie O'Rourke to get into position as well. We are close to ready. It's been a tantalising journey to get to this point for the women. They had to qualify, and I think we're pretty close. This to determine the Launceston Wheel Race winner for 2022. There is no doubt that the home crowd is hoping for a home victory. Front straight ready, back straight ready. Riders, attention. Underway. This is the front group moving through and moving with great pace is the rider of Thomas. Thomas goes forward. I did hear a noise there, but off the track is the rider of Emily Walker. So that is a bit of and she's holding the collarbone like it's a significant damage, but she's up and walking. So she is holding it with concern. Yonka's on the back of the train. I'm not sure if she's going to hold it in there. That's created a bit of a gap, and McGowan is trying to get there. Tan Valencia, the Singaporean rider. Lisanne Wilmot on Suzanne Straits' wheel. Mulhern also in there. The front group is coming together, but the back group have that trio. Sophie Ma working very hard for Lauren Perry, followed by the rider of Christina Clonan. Now the front group, and they see the rider of Tan Valencia. Tan's in a good position. Lisanne Fox as well on the wheel of Susan Strait. The back markers are still trying to chew into the lead, and they've got added firepower. They've lost Ma now. They've lost Yonka, and it's down to Lauren Perry and the rider of Christina Clonan. The front markers still Tan Valencia on the wheel of Georgina. Lisanne Fox in the position on Susan Strait's wheel. The other riders are out of it. In my opinion, it's Mulhern Fox and Straits, who are gonna write the record book. The back markers are still trying to get there. 2 laps to go, and Fox and Mulhern go. Perry coming into the straight with the rider of Christina Clonan. It ain't over. It ain't over. Oh, Christina nearly wiped it all over the track there. Fox and Mulhern. Suzanne Straits is out of it. Fox is way. Lizanne Fox, she's at the front, but she's got Mulhern on the wheel. And here comes Moran. Moran gets the bell. Then Mulhern goes. Mulhern versus Moran. And Nupi as well, the Malaysian rider. The Malaysian rider's on Moran's wheel as they go through. So they're close, but it's Mulhern. Amelia Mulhern wins the Launceston wheel. Christina Clonan in second place. Chai-Hu Neo in third. What a ride. Lizanne Fox / Wilmot led her into the last lap, but there's no doubting it. Amelia Mulhern, Launceston wheel winner. Well, I know it's not the opportune time, but Amelia, come on over. This is great. You are the Launceston wheel winner. You knew, looking at the start, you knew, let's face the audience there, congratulations. You knew coming into it that limit riders of 220, that's where there was a lot of firepower. It was interrupted with the fall of Emily Walker. I'm giving you some time to catch your breath as well. But then when you got Lizanne and Suzanne, the three of you went across to the lead. You must have thought, they're coming at us.
I thought they were right behind me the whole time. When Lizanne led into the front straight, I was like, this is my opportunity, but I thought that the back markers were right there, so I just went hell for leather and hoped for the best.
Well, that's the right attitude, is always thinking they're coming and never leaving anything out there. You got the bell, and you must have got a ton load of nerves going, oh my gosh, I can win this.
The thought was there, but I just didn't believe it until I come into the front straight, and I was like, this is actually happening.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people to thank, and we might do that a little later on, but congratulations, Amelia Mulhern, you're winner of the Launceston wheel.
So the men are rolling out onto the velodrome for the men's wheel race, and hopefully it can match the drama in the women. Starting at the front, we have Cohen Harper and Matt Schnitzling from 200 metres. Ewan Cousins from 160, along with Zulkernan, Jaffrey, and Wahab. Then we have Ruben Webster off 150, Lachlan Oliver, Aaron Young, and Chiat off 140 metres, Zainal off 130, Alias off 120, Torin Cook off 100, Jack Lightfoot off 80, with Ned Pollard and Dalton Stretton off 70 metres just behind him, and Paul Bushek, the Austrian, off 60. Ryan Schilt will go off 40, and then we're back to our two scratchmen, Graham Frisley and Stephen Hall. So a good spread across the marks, but a very, very strong group between 100 and 60 and 120. Particularly, we saw the Malaysians work very, very well together in the heats. And now there's 5 of them through to the final. Paul, do you have a tip?
Oh, look, actually, the back markers again had a lot of work to do, but they worked well, Stephen Hall and Graham Frisley. But they're missing the riders of Efting and Josh Duffy. I said earlier, I think we've got 5 Malaysians, 1 Austrian, 1 Dutch rider, 1 American, at least 2 New Zealanders. And I did say earlier, they all walked into a bar and the Australians said they're outnumbered. I've got a few flags in the air. We'll wait till the press just move off the apron. And the riders are ready. Front straight, ready. Back straight, ready. Riders, attention. Underway for the 2022 Launceston wheel race. Let's see if the back markers can get in here. We look at the front rider of Schnitzel. He's got some company with Harper doing the work. But look at the Malaysian train. The Malaysian train is going flying. Hazik and a rider of Amin. They're flying along and trying to get there. And they've got a form of 5 riders. Chiart's lined up on there. The New Zealander is in there as well. The yelling comes from the middle markers, and I think that's where the power is. Ruben Webster has got a big chance here as we see the back markers with the rider of Paul Bischek from Austria. Paul Bischek is leading the train with Ryan Schilt and Stephen Hall. The front group, 4 laps to go. The back markers and Paul Bischek, the Austrian, riding like his life depends on it. 4 laps to go. But look at the Malaysians. They didn't come here not to win a wheel race, and they're doing it. They've got 2 at the front. They've still got 1 more as we're yelling at with Mohammed Afiq. But the rider who's getting the best is Cousins. Cousins has lost the wheel. He's lost the wheel, and they're all losing it now. Cousins has swung up. Chiart's gone through, and now we're looking at the other New Zealander, Webster as well. We're looking right now, Webster. Ruben Webster's on the train. It's the Malaysian train. 2.5, the back markers aren't out of it. But Webster, can he upset the Malaysians? They've done it in team formation. They're peeling off. As we go right now, we're down to 2. Down to 2. Hafiq is moving around. As we look at the rider, it's Zalim Zanal. Zanal's moved, and it's the rider of Abdul Azim Bin Ali. Bin Ali is going to win it. It's going to Malaysia. Second place, New Zealander, Webster. Third, another Malaysian, Maximilian Fong Hang. Chiart is in 3rd place. What a ride, what a demonstration, what an effort by the Malaysian 5 riders into the final, and they have nailed it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try and get Azim Alias very short. Actually, he's putting the brakes on. He'll do 1 more lap, and I think he earned 1 more lap, that's for sure. But what a ride. What a magnificent ride. The first part of the ride was earlier today when the Malaysians dominated the heats, and they brought 5 into the final. I had thought that Chiart was going to be the pea in the pod, but when the rider of Cousins swung up, it really upset the line, and Chiart had to fix the hole. It changed the dynamic, and coming out on top was Azim Alias, who has just nailed it. It was delightful to watch.
That was one of the best bits of teamwork we've seen all day. With 3 or 4 laps to go. They're lined out on the front of the bunch and absolutely giving it. And from about that point, you could tell where the winner was going to come from. It was an absolute show of force and a well-deserved win.
It was, and the backmarkers did everything they could, and you saw the rider of Paul Bichek trying his best to get him up there, then Ryan Schilt, and leaving Graham Frisley and the rider of Stephen Hall. But congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause. Azim Alias, the winner of the Launceston Wheel. Azim, congratulations. First, the wheel races, handicaps. Have you ridden many of those before?
Yeah, when I was junior, back in 2019 in Melbourne, I used to race a lot, yeah.
You like the wheel race?
Yeah, but...
You do now?
Yeah, because I won it, so I like it, yeah.
The first, getting into the heat, you must have known that as a team, the Malaysians had a very good chance with 5 riders in the final.
Yeah, I told them if we lose this, we are dumb rider, you know, because we have many guys, so we need to win it.
And was it the plan that it would plan out this way? Surely you must be pretty emotional. You know how hard these wheel races are to win.
Yeah, we execute everything perfectly. At the last lap, we still have 1 guy in front of me, so yeah, they rode very perfect. Yeah.
You must think the back markers, they are very strong. You must have been worried.
Yeah, I was scared of the guys, so I don't want to look behind. So, but I did look behind one time, and I say, okay, this guy is not gonna make it, so maybe my turn to win. So we go full gas, yeah.
When you get a chance, I want you to look down the history of this wheel race, and that your name is going to be on the wheel race trophy. There are some big names there.
Also, we have 1 Malaysian also, back in the days. So I'm one of the big names, huh?
You are the big name. You are the big name on there. And beats them all, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you your wheel winner for Launceston, Azim Alias. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the 2022 Launceston Women's Wheel will now take place. Presenting the prizes and the sash is Rosemary Armitage, MC, independent member of Launceston. Acknowledging our 5th place getter from Queensland, Gabrielle Thomas. In 4th place, acknowledging our Canadian rider, Lizanne Wilmot. But in 3rd place, representing Malaysia, Chai Hu Nyo. In 2nd place, from Queensland, Christina Clonan. In 1st place, and the winner of the 2022 Launceston Wheel, Amelia Mulhern, Victoria. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me in congratulating your 2022 Launceston Wheel podium. Well, Amelia, we did say we'd get an opportunity to say a few thank yous. We've done what was the race talk, even though your heart rate was still at 160 plus. So we learned how you won the race. Now it's the time to go back and thank the people that got you there.
Well, I've got a lot of people to thank. Firstly, probably my coach, Kate Perry. She's gotten me from, I wasn't competing very much at the start of the year. My form wasn't amazing, to now I'm feeling great. I'm looking forward to Road Nationals thanks to her. So big thank you. To my parents for, buying me the bike and all of that. I'm so incredibly grateful for that. I'm from Brunswick, so the people at Brunswick who've kind of nurtured my spirit for cycling from a really young age, training at the track every week. Just the enthusiasm from Cam McFarlane and David Morgan, I just cannot thank them enough.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure all those people are watching at home, and now you are the wheel race winner for 2022, and I can see the delight. It's sinking in, isn't it?
It definitely is.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 wheel race winner, Amelia Hearn. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the men's wheel race will now take place. Presenting the sash is Rosemary Armitage, representing the independent member of Launceston. Would like to acknowledge our 5th place getter, and that is from Netherlands, Ryan Schilt. In 4th place, we'll acknowledge Maximilian Fong Hung Chart from Malaysia. But in 3rd place, representing Malaysia, is Zulema bin Zanal. In 2nd place, from New Zealand, Ruben Webster. In 1st place, and the winner of the 2022 Launceston Wheel Race from Malaysia, Abdul Azim bin Alias. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me in congratulating your 2022 podium. Whilst the photos are being taken, Ruben, congratulations on your podium. You must have been thinking, this is a dream train. They were moving so fast.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was pretty lucky to get on that, but I was definitely hurting on these boys.
Well, congratulations, and on the podium, you're very much delighted. Well, as we said, we've done the race talk. Now, a few chances to say a few thank yous.
So first, I want to thank all my teammates in the last final round, and my coach, all the members, my friends and family, and all of the spectators for the loud cheer, you know. Thank you very much.
And your name, as you said, you're the big name on the trophy now.
We see you next year and next couple of years, maybe.
No, you won't. You'll see us in the next race. You still got races to do.
Yeah. Tomorrow and another day.
Today.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate. Congratulations. You're winner of the real race. And what a win it was as we take Azim Alias as the wheel race winner for 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we now advance on the program to the next event, and it is, of course, the event number 41, the under-13s scratch race, a combined A and B. This is over 5 laps, and the B graders do get a head start. I'll be passing back to Josh Duggan for the call. We will ask the under-13s to promptly get to the marshalling area, please.
So the under-13s are about to get back on track for their second scratch race of the night, or might be third scratch race of the night. So it's an A and B grade combined race. Riders are being explained how it's going to work at the moment, but B grade will be getting a head start. A big thanks to Priceline, who've sponsored this race. The prize money will be donated by Priceline. So thank you to them, and thank you to everyone that supported events tonight. So we're just waiting for the start of the under 13 A and B scratch race. So it's a 5-lap race here, and we've got our 3 B graders, Oscar Digney, Ella Hubbard and Rory Stretton, who've set off now, and the gun's going to start when they get to this line. And the A graders will be charged with catching them. And there's that gun. Noel Blaisley and Flynn Jensen just winding it up now. So they've got about half a lap after that, just winding it up slowly. Flynn Jensen on the front, he has a look around, measures about how much effort it's going to take him. He's ridden very well today and wouldn't put any distance to make up ahead of him. Ella Hubbard, the winner of our wheel race earlier tonight, putting it in another strong ride. She crosses the line and makes it 4 laps to go for Ella. She's got Oscar Digney and Rory Stretton strung out behind her. Oscar's just starting to slowly reel her in, but it might be a 2v2 time trial here. Flynn Jensen still riding strongly on the front as Noah Blaisley comes through in the pink. But back coming into the home straight, we have Ella Hubbard, who's just moved up the track slightly to allow Oscar Digney to come through. And Rory Stretton's ridden very well to just pull herself back up to the front 2 and back into contention. So the back markers are working pretty well here, and they've managed to take a big chunk out of the lead. That gap looks about 1/3 of a lap to me. So the front markers have got their work cut out for them as the 2 at the back are moving at a pretty quick pace. Ella Hubbard comes through to the front and just lifts the tempo slightly again. Oscar Digney's not giving up easily though, and he fights his way back onto the wheel, and they'll come through to take 2 laps to go. Rory Stretton still fighting well, and Flynn Jensen has said no more mucking around, I'm going up the road, and Noah Blaisley is left behind. But Flynn Jensen is riding quickly and he's reeling in Rory Stretton here as Oscar Digney puts in a little attack up the front. And I'm not sure Ella Hubbard has what she needs to respond. But just behind is Flynn Jensen, and Flynn Jensen is absolutely flying here. And he's going to reel in the 2 before he collects the bell, or maybe just get on their tails. There's that bell now, and Oscar Digney's managed to hold him off, but Flynn Jensen has come round Ella Hubbard. He's going to come round Oscar Digney again and hit the front by the time he's on the back straight. And Flynn's ridden well tonight. This will be his 3rd victory in scratch races. He's come and shown everyone how to do it. He's into the home straight, and clap him home, everyone. Well done, Flynn Jensen, a marvellous victory. And well done, Oscar Digney and Ella Hubbard as well, riding very well from the front. And well done, Rory Stretton and Noah Blaisley as well, coming home in 4th and 5th. So we have a similar format in the under 15 scratch race here. It'll be an 8-lap scratch race for them, again with A grade and B grade. So in A grade we've got Mitchell Stretton, Caleb McKenzie, Luca Schmicke, Philip Nessler. And then in B grade we have Sonny and Ruby McCann, along with Freya Miller. So again, the under 15 scratch race here, sponsored by Priceline. Thank you to Priceline for sponsoring a 2nd race in a row.
Just as the riders are rolling out, Erin, an American who made the wheel race, just very quickly as our front 3 riders go out. They're on a handicap. You race many wheel races in America?
Actually, yeah. Yeah, we have Jeff Hopkins, who's from around these parts, was a track director in Atlanta, Georgia, and so it was a regular part of our program.
So an Aussie took some wheel races over to America.
Absolutely, and it's I have a deep love for wheel racing. It's one of my favorite races.
Well, you got to see firsthand that one, and it was super fast. For 2 kilometres, 1 minute 56 seconds.
Just absolutely blazing. The Malaysians rode incredibly well, and it was just really fast out there.
All the best for the Keirins. I know they're your favourite, so we look forward to seeing you in the Keirin. Back to Josh.
Don't know if you have any opinions on kit, but Erin might be wearing the kit of the night with those floral sleeves. It's beautiful. But back to the under-15 scratch race, and the B graders had just hit 7 laps to go. So Caleb McKenzie on the front, driving a very, very good pace there. He swings off, allowing Mitchell Stretton to come through, turning that enormous dinner plate he's got on his bike, the 62 tooth chain ring. But up the front, and the B graders are still riding very well together, swapping off turns. Freya Miller on the front at the moment, as the A graders come through for 5 laps to go. And you can hear how quick they're going. They're absolutely flying at the moment. So 32, Ruby McKeon on the front at the moment. Ruby's the one with the pink stripe on her shorts, both in the wiggle kit. Her sister Sunny sits just behind, and Freya Miller on the back. And about a half a lap to make up for the A graders here. So they've just come through for 5 to go. And the girls, as they come around the front side of the track, they've got 4 laps. So the distance is starting to close. It's a little bit less than half a lap, but the boys will have their work cut out for them if they want to get to the front. And Sonny McCann swings up in the B graders, and just it opens up a little gap as he tries to flick back on the wheel. But it's still Caleb McKenzie at the front of the A-grade bunch, driving it along with Mitchell Stretton. Philip Nessler's ridden pretty well today, picking up a wheel race win, and he's swapping off with everyone here and doing very nicely, along with Luca Schmicke. Back at the front, it's 3 laps to go for the girls, and they're shown absolutely no sign of slowing down. They're still keeping a very good tempo, and they look like they're giving a bit of a challenge to the boys here, because they've still got nearly a third of a lap here. So it'll be Ruby McKeon who leads them onto the front side of the track, and with 2 laps to go, Sonny, with 2 laps to go, they're a big chance, but it's Mitchell Stretton who's found himself on the front, and he's absolutely driving it with Philip Nessler coming through. And the boys are making up ground, but they might not be making it up quick enough, because the girls have still got a big lead into the final corner. They'll come out this side, and when they get to the finish line, they'll hear the bell, but they'll also be able to hear the boys behind them. The boys are absolutely motoring, but Freya Miller's on the front, and Freya's giving it everything as she crosses the line. Caleb McKenzie says the pace isn't quick enough and he wants to go. He's left Lucas Schmicke for dead, and they're going around the outside. Caleb is flying, he'll hit first place, but Mitchell Stretton's on his wheel, and Mitchell's got quite the sprint. Mitchell will attempt to come round him, but Caleb McKenzie is too quick at the moment. He's too quick for everyone. He's dropped Mitchell Stretton, and he'll take the win in the under-15 scratch race. So well done, Caleb McKenzie, who took first place in the under-15 A and B grade scratch race. Caleb McKenzie with Mitchell Stretton in second place. And it was Philip Nessler who came across the line for third, with our front markers just pipped. They rode absolutely fantastically.
So the next event on the program is the Masters Wheel Race, and this is quite a coveted event. It carries a lot of prize money as well. And if you have a look, the event started in 2009 with Paul Atkinson winning. As I go down, there's some big names in here. Stephen Rosendale won it in 2013. A bigger name, a much bigger name, Michael Bailey, won it in 2015. That's a big name, and he's the man with the pistol in the centre of the track at the moment. Simon Price, Twinkle Toes, won it in 2016. Zachary Kovalik won it in 2017. But the rider in 2021, Matthew Schmidtke, won this trophy last year, and he beat the rider of Lausanne, Wilmont Fox, to take the win. Now, Lausanne was winning all the way up till 5 metres from the line, and that's where she wasn't. Yes, so we'll find out how it's going to work out. And I'm looking at Erin Young, the American, off scratch. That is a big gap because it's 60 metres to the next riders. Our lead rider of 210 metres is Bradley Selwood and Michael Dalton and Brendan Simpson-Kitt, along with Courtney McGowan at 210. At 200 metres is Ross Jenkins. Now, he has been a very clever rider. Greg Hutton off 140, along with Susan Straits, Lausanne Wilmont as well. Then we go back to the last year's winner, Matthew Schmidtke off 100 metres. James Nevin off 90 metres. Handlers are required. Nick Kane off 90. Paul Butler off 80, Josh Rayner off 80, and Brett Schnitzling off 60 with AJ. And your scratchman today is Erin Young. A handler is required in the front straight. And we need a handler at the front markers as well. We need 2 handlers out there, please. Now, it is my belief that Erin Young has the ability to catch the lead riders, but the hassle is he's got no wheels. It's a big gap. I think the trio in the middle have got a real shot at it. Lausanne, Suzanne and Greg. If they can get across to that big group out in front. Full distance, 7 laps. Back middle markers, I've got a good group as well. Erin Young, this is the Masters Wheel Race for 2022. Front straight ready, back straight ready. Riders attention. Underway now for the Masters, a very big prize pool and a trophy to boot. The front group are together. There are 5, 6, 7 riders in that lead group. The middle markers, Lausanne and Suzanne, trying to get there. They're dropping the rider of Greg Hutton a little, but he's still on there. The back markers, and here comes Erin Young. Is he going to try and cross that gap? It's a big gap to close as they come through. Lead riders, 5 laps to go, and it's Courtney McGowan leading the way with Petra Anderson on the wheel. Petra is not on my start list, but she's certainly on the race at the moment. Petra Anderson leads the way. Georgina Tomaz as well. She was a new addition as well as she comes through. But we've got Brendan Simpson-Kitt. Brendan Simpson-Kitt leading the way with Courtney McGowan. Tomaz moving forward. The other 3 are looking like they're tiring. Ross Jenkins, Lausanne Fox is there. The back markers are all together except for Erin Young, who is still trying to close that gap. We've got a lead group of some 6 riders. We've got a middle group of about 8 riders. We've got a back marker by himself. 3 laps to go, and Brendan hits the front. On his wheel is Courtney. Then the rider on his wheel, Greg Hutton, is struggling. Petra Anderson trying to get back on there. Where is Schmidtke? Schmidtke's on the wheel of Brett Schnitzling. Brett Schnitzling there as well. We're looking, Paul Butler's out of it. Coming in with 2 laps to go now. Have a look at the train, and the big moves are coming right there with Brett Schnitzling. Brett Schnitzling and the rider of Schmidtke. Can Schmidtke hold Schnitzling's wheel? Looking at the leaders, this is the rider I'm looking at, James Nevin. He's coming on. And now we see the rider of 51, Aaron Jones, AJ, but it is the rider 52 making his move, Brett Schnitzling. Oh, he's gone. He is making it a Parmigiano for dessert. This guy is the Masters winner, Brett Schnitzling. Josh Rayner crosses in second, possibly AJ for third, but Brett Schnitzling has taken it, and boy, did he celebrate it. What a ride. He was well poised on the train at 2 to go, and he launched it, and he's taken what is probably the biggest Masters prize pool anywhere I've seen. It is a total prize pool of $1,700 for first, $700 for second. It's worth racing for, and a big thank you to Priceline Pharmacy for the Masters Wheel Race 2022. Well, as we now progress into the third round of the UCI Omnium, it is the women's UCI Omnium. Let's grab Brett. Yeah, he's going to roll around and come back to me, and I'd love to have a quick word because that is a massive prize pool. So, Brett, this interview is actually going to double as the podium. We've got it now, so let's do it. Let's get your helmet off. Let's get the glasses off. Let's get the cameras out. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of Launceston Cycling Club is going to hand the trophy over to a former winner, Michael Bailey, to make the presentation. Michael, step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Masters Wheel Race for 2022, Brett Schnitzlinger from Western Australia. Mate, you must have looked at 2 to go when you could see the front, but you were well poised and you had no one on your outside. You knew you could launch it.
Yeah, pretty handy. Jonesy got me in a good position at the end, but just happy to be able to finish it off.
At the start of the day, you would have had a look at the Launceston wheel and said, I would love to win that, but man, I've got a really hard job. And then you looked at the prize money for the Masters and the trophy and you went, maybe I should target this.
Well, I think some of the prize money is going to pay for the excess baggage on the way home. So, really good. Yeah, I'm really happy. Thanks to sponsor. I'm sorry, I'm not sure who is sponsoring the race, but thanks. And Priceline, perfect. Lofty, thanks for putting a good carnival on. So, yeah, we appreciate it.
And congratulations, the winner of the Masters Trophy. You'll be getting those photos and putting them straight in the pool room.
Straight to the pool room, definitely.
Congratulations. Once again, a call for handlers. Handlers are required for the women for the start of the Omnium. So I do rely on this lineup. It does dictate the current points. So in the Omnium, it is raced over a scratch race, a tempo race, an elimination and a points race. Riders receive 40 points for the win, 38 for second, 36 for third, and it keeps going down by 2. Your race leader on points is Lauren Perry, and she takes pole position. Give her a round of applause. Hannah from Czech Republic is ranked number 2 at this stage. Zubir ranked number 3. Nio, ranked number 4. Yonker is ranked number 5. And your wheel race winner, Amelia Mulhern, number 5. We keep on going down the procession. It is underway. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the elimination. The winner of this race will score 40 points to their accumulated points. Each race, each rider will take points away and add them to their accumulation. The elimination is called the missing out, or sometimes called the devil takes the hindmost. Last rider across the line will be eliminated after the bell. So when there's a bell, and it happens every second lap, the last rider to cross the line will be eliminated. Now, everything I say is relayed off the commissaires. The bell rings, so in 1 lap's time, we are going to eliminate a rider. So let's have a look right now. Mulhern's stuck at the bottom of the track. Lilith high though. Mulhern's moved forward. The New Zealander looks like she could be in a spot of trouble. We'll wait for the call. Number 5, Georgia Simpson from New Zealand, eliminated. So Georgia takes the points for that place. Every second lap is an elimination as they come through again. So let's see, the bell has rung. Belinda Bailey at the back with Felicity Wilson-Heffernan, but I feel that they've got time to fix that. The rider I'm concerned about is Amelia Mulhern. She's stuck at the bottom. She's been crowded a little bit by the other New Zealander. Is that Jess Skewer? But Heffernan is in trouble. Number 7, Felicity Wilson-Heffernan, eliminated. And that was a surprise. She was riding very well up to that point. She's the second rider eliminated now. Bell rings again. And Amelia Mulhern has decided that that was the dangerous place to be. She's gone to the front, and that's going to ensure she's safe. It's stretched out the field as we look at the rear rider, and Emma Stevens and the rider from New Zealand, Maya Anderson, as well. High on the track, though, is the problem. And that is rider number 30, Belinda Bailey, another big rider. So Felicity was a surprise, but Belinda Bailey is a larger surprise. So Belinda Bailey rode the UCI World Road Championships. Now I am looking squarely at rider number 6, Maya Anderson, stuck at the bottom with Emma Stevens. Emma wants in. Emma's going around the outside, but keep an eye on the rider in the green with the black nicks. Oh, she's trying to fix it. Maya is trying to fix it. She's gone down though. Yonker on the high side, Maya on the low side. 20, Amelia Mulhern, denied on the line, right at 20, and she is disgusted. But then she remembers she won the wheel race, so she's pretty happy. Wow, she snuck through there. Maya Anderson, sneaky. Now we're looking at the rider of Zubair on the bottom of the track again. Holding her down is the rider of Lilith Jones. Lilith is having a great effort here. Somebody else has been caught by the rider of Maya. Is that not Sophie, the rider of May? We're looking now. It is Ma. It is Sophie Ma, 28, Sophie Ma, eliminated. That's another big name. Still in here, is that Emma Stevens? I did not expect Emma to last this long in the Omnium, but she is a sprinter and she's really riding a brilliant race at the moment. That's the Queenslander at the bottom of the track. But she's in a tough position here. Emma Stevens, Yonka, and Lilith Jones. Lilith Jones is struggling. Yonka's trying to get around the South African. Lilith tries her best. Stevens fighting as well. It's called 29, Lilith Jones. Lilith Jones. The number I thought they said was ooh, but it turned out to be 29. Incidentally, if a call can't be made by the back straight, it won't be made. And right now, Emma Stevens on there at the back, and she has conceded. This is a rider who, at the longest event she normally participates, are Keirin, and this one is an easy one to pick. Ladies and gentlemen, eliminated this lap will be Emma Stevens. And I think the next one could be pretty easy as well, because I'm looking at Maya Anderson. She's trying to get back in, and she is at the bottom of the track. But Maya Anderson is looking right tired at the moment. We look at the rider of Zubair. Maya's got a free run underneath. They've let her through at the moment, but the bell would ring. And we await to see if Maya can survive this. Maya Anderson sitting at the bottom. She is holding on to it. At the back is the rider, Hermanovska from Czech Republic. Now, can she get around? Maya's trying all she can, but it's over. Number 6, Maya Anderson, the New Zealander, eliminated. We are down to 5 riders now. Kerry Yonka right in the battle, along with the 2 Malaysians, Nayo and Zubair. Zubair with the yellow helmet. Zubair comes around the outside to receive the bell. Kerry Yonka's been very gallant. Can she hold on to these international riders? She's the South African national champion, and she's going to try and get Nair. She's got her box. Nair realises it. She's gone low. Kerry Yonka high. Nair's found it underneath Perry. Get ready for this one. It's tight, but it's 10. Nair. Nair gets it there as she is eliminated. Kerry Yonka went the long way as they come up to the bell for the 4th place. Very high. This is worth UCI points in the overall of the Omnium. Lauren Perry not making any mistakes. She is riding this from the front, but it was close last time. So now Zubair is the rider in trouble. Zubair's stuck underneath there. Can Kerry Yonka hold her down? She's holding her down. She's holding her down. Kerry Yonka gets the free air, and it's going to be Zubair, I think. Number 9, Zubair. We're down to 3. 3 riders. 1 Australian, a Czech rider, and a South African. Herman Oscar, the Czech rider. Yonka, the South African. And Lauren Perry, the Australian. Lauren's brought them all to the hip. That's where she wanted them. She didn't want them to come at her wheel. She's containing the pace. Lauren Perry has got Kerry Yonka. We are down to 2. A Czech and an Australian. Nay, a Czech and a Launceston rider. Lauren Perry going to the line. Can she take it? Can she take the 40 points going into the final round of the Omnium? This is no longer about the last rider across the line. It's about the first rider across the line. Hannah looking focused. She's hard on the wheel. Lauren is winding it. She's winding it. She hasn't kicked. She's still winding it. She winds it. She kicks, and it's over. It is over. Ladies and gentlemen, the elimination winner, Lauren Perry. Judges, you're not supposed to applaud. You're supposed to be impartial. What a ride, Lauren Perry. She rode it like the dominant rider she is. She led it from the front. She contained everybody. She let the games play, and she is going into the points race as outright leader of the UCI Omnium. Josh, you'd have to say that was pretty textbook by the dominant rider, Lauren Perry.
The class shows a rider that can stay at the front, control it like that, especially in a couple of what could have been testing sprints in those final few eliminations, just to put the other two exactly where she wanted them, on the hip, as you said. It was a very classy ride from Lauren. And fantastic to have a celebration of the home crowd on the final straight. Keirin, third place in the elimination. How did you find the pace in that one?
That was brilliant. For me, the elimination is definitely my weakest discipline. So it's almost 12 months now that I've been racing track. And we don't quite have the skill yet of the elimination. So to have not killed myself and stayed in there that long, we couldn't be happier.
What did you do so well? You say it's not your strongest discipline, but you made a pretty good showing of it today. So what did you do right that shows signs of improvement?
I mean, if you ask some of the people here, they've raced with me the last 2 events in Oz, and I think they'll tell you that my lack of experience is often blatantly evident. So the fact I just fooled everyone and looked like it's something that I know what I'm doing, I'm happy. But I think it helps as well, this level. Of course, it's a high level and there's some extremely strong riders, but my introduction to track has been racing in Europe with some of the best in the world. So normally the speeds are just so radically high. The fact the pace was a bit slower, I could hold my position, and then when the endurance starts to kick in, then I could use that to my strength and maneuver my way around the bunch.
How difficult is it to find those little gaps in the bunch? It's constantly doors opening and closing and opening and closing by the looks of it.
Of course, and I really like to be very risk adverse, so that's why I was often trying to stay on the upper side of the track, and I don't like sort of being closed in. But you know, it's a skill, because if you're tucked in the wheels, you're saving so much energy. So you know, it's that trade-off of, do I want to take risks and save all the energy I can, or do I just want to stay safe but be out first or second rider, which is often the case for me.
Some good advice for the boys who are lining up on track now for the third race of their Omnium. Thank you very much for joining us.
Cheers, thanks.
Yeah, Kerry's, it's not the first time I've interviewed Kerry. She's a very refreshing, honest rider, and I love the way she says, my skills are not of the level of the other riders. It is her weak point, but she's certainly showing a great gutsy ride. I've seen her race a few times now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the men's Omnium, and on the points, Graham Frisley leads Stephen Hall, leads Efting, and then the rider of Dalton, Stretton, then it is the rider of Schimbauer from Austria. Moving to the front right now is Lewis Johnson. Even though the race per se has not really started, and they're asking for a containment. And probably not the right words by Taryn Cook, but he was the rider off the back. And still the race per se has now started, And luckily I don't need to lip read, but the bunch is going full tilt now. Still no one, the riders will be eliminated after a bell. Taryn Cook is coming back. The bell rings. as we see the rider of Taran Cook. And it's bunched up in the middle, and it's Concertina. Taran's probably going to be safe as he goes down, or is he? We look at the back, and this is a big surprise. Rider 25, Hayden van der Ploeg. Hayden gone out of there. So, rider 25, they come back, and again, you see the rider of Taran Cook on the back right now. And then moving through, Campbell Palmer. Taran Cook looks a little dejected. He's going, if he goes high, he's got a shot, but it's going to be tight. I don't know if he can make it. And he cannot. Rider number 70. Rider 70, Taran Cook. Well, this event is all about position. You've got to be in the right position to be able to move out when needed. And leading the way at the moment and doing such a great job is Samuel McKee. I think this rider is self-elected. Is Jake Lightfoot, or is he? He looks like he's going to try one more lap. Jake Lightfoot coming into the back. Is he going to try one more? I don't think he is. Number 19, Jake Lightfoot. So once again, a reminder, the reason for the delay in my call of who is eliminated is I wait for the commissaires to make the call, and then I relay that information. That also means that if you think it's wrong, it's not me. Now we look at the riders coming in. Rider number 23, Campbell Palmer. He goes low, he goes high, but he's going to be safe. 15, William Eves. William Eves eliminated. So William Eves. Now Roy Efting finds himself at the back. Roy is a UCI level bronze medalist from the scratch race at the World Championships. I think he's going to be safe there. He's going to start playing a pick him off, and the rider he's picked off at the moment is a New Zealander, but at the bottom of the track, I think that's Samuel McKee. Remember Samuel? He was at the front only moments ago. Number 30, Samuel McKee. Eliminated. Now, if you do recall, I had just said what a great ride Samuel was doing. He was at the front. But the whole movement of the bunch, it moves like a current of water. It flows forward and backwards. And you can see the rider at the back is Calvin. Now, depending where Calvin goes, if he goes high, he might be safe. But he's going to go low. He now goes high. Can he get there? He cannot. 28, Calvin Kwong, the Singaporean, eliminated. Well, looking at Alex Eves, is getting a little nervous here, the young Tasmanian, but he's looking like he wants a scalp. He's got the wheel of Lewis Johnson, has Eves, and now it's Campbell Palmer who's been put into a position that is going to be difficult to recover. He has recovered. Matt Davis, and down to the bottom of the track as well. This one could be Hall. Number 2, Hall. Stephen Hall, eliminated. Stephen Hall, he knew it. The call, he goes, get back in there. No one saw that. Stephen Hall out of the race now. Palmer on the wheel of Davis. That was a brilliant sprint by those riders to get high. Hall was caught on the bottom side. This time it's Paul Bashek. But Campbell Palmer's gone the wrong way. He's gone low. He found a gap. He has found a gap. Davis looks. 23. Campbell Palmer eliminated. Now the big pause was the number pin has fallen out. The judges couldn't see, but it definitely was Campbell Palmer. eliminated. Efting at the back, he's comfortable there. He looks and tries to side a rider. I think he's going to pick on Alex Eves. He actually might get Ryan Schilt here. One more scalp. Efting is the last rider. He's looking at Eves, he's looking at Schilt, he's looking at Davis. It is going to be number 9, Schilt. Ryan Schilt, eliminated. Efting, eliminated a Dutchman. Isn't he Dutch? Ryan Schilt, eliminated. He's disappointed. It was only because your wheel was the last one across. Staying low wasn't the right decision in that case. Now, Efting, who's he going to pick on this time? Dalton Stratton in the wrong position. So is Olive. They're coming at the high side, but Olive is caught in there as well. They fan out. It's close to the fence. Number 10, Stefan Cover. Stefan eliminated. He was lucky to stay upright as well, but Stefan is eliminated. Efting still sitting out there. Roy Efting is playing the devil. He's picking off the riders one by one. The move comes from Lewis Johnson. Watch Efting now. Efting's got the rider of Olive underneath him, and he's happy about that. And now he's got another one. Lachlan Oliver eliminated. Roy Efting. He is just having so much fun out here. He keeps on sighting the riders and picking them off. He's looking at the body of Davis. He thinks that Davis is fatigued. Matt Davis, the New Zealander. Matt's got more though. He gets around the rider of Lewis. Lewis Johnson realises a little late. Lewis Johnson, the Kiwi. Has he got a chance? He has. He might be safe. He gets shut out by Efting. Number 7, Lewis Johnston. Out of the race. And Roy Efting says, we'll chat about it later. Efting has been playing this game. It takes a lot of energy, but the good thing for him is that he gets to sight the riders. And this time, he's got his sights on Alex Eves. Alex Eves at the bottom of the track. Alex is out of the saddle. Davis is out of the saddle. Efting's going to try and hold Davis. He can't hold him. Davis is out. It's a sprint. And Alex, 22, Alex Eves, eliminated. Whoa. We are down to 8 riders. Efting still on the wheel of Matt Davis. Dalton Stratton is now in the sights. Dalton pushes out. He gets around. Duffy is now in the firing line. Efting says, there's 8 in the bed. Efting's the little one, and he said, all roll over. And Matt Davis has fallen out. Number 8, Matt Davis, eliminated. We are 7 left. Who is Efting left to play with? He's running out of friends. He's laying off the back. At the front, Schmidbauer leads the way, but he's been passed there by the rider of Rugov. Rogovec leaves now. Efting's trying to get Dalton Stratton here. Dalton has nowhere to go. He pushes Efting out of the way. Dalton Stratton looks and goes, oh bother. Number 14, Dalton Stratton, eliminated. Efting still playing the devil, picking him off, leading the way. Rogovec followed by Schmidbauer, followed by Duffy, followed by Frizzly, and this time it is Paul Bichek. Paul Bichek's at the back. Efting's gone around the outside. Graham Frizzly's caught. Graham Frizzly's got to back out of it. He's backed out of it. Has he got the sprint to get around? It could be Duffy or Frizzly. Oh, who is it? You've got to say his number. 1, Josh Duffy. Josh Duffy eliminated. The call was Josh. Josh Duffy eliminated. Paul Bichek. Roy. Now they're ganged up on the Czech rider, Rugovic. Have they held him? They're holding him at the bottom of the track. Rugovic looks left, he looks right, and it's not ready to cross the road. Roy Efting, has he got one more? It's Rugovic at the bottom. Rugovic is gone. Number 6, Rugovic. Eliminated. We're down to 4. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a delightful race. It has been set up. Graham Frizzly comes to the front. Paul Bichek in there as well. Schmidbauer leads it. Roy Efting is in pain, or is he faking it? Roy Efting has been picking him off. Has he got one more left in him? He looks at Frizzly, look behind. Roy Efting, has he got one more? Damn right he's got one more, and it could be Frizzly. It could be. It isn't. It's the German. Number 11, Maximilian Schmidbauer. Gone. Out of here. We're down to 3. Paul Bichek. The Austrian. The Australian, Graham Frizzly. And the Dutchman, Roy Efting. Roy goes down. He's looking fatigued. Ladies and gentlemen, he has conceded. Give him a round of applause. It was delightful to watch, but it's over. We are down to 2. Paul Bichek and Graham Frizzly. The crowd really... Do they race to the bell, or... So it is not, this is coming up to the bell lap, coming up to the bell lap. Bell lap, Paul Bichek leads the way, Graham Frizzly around the outside, the points leader, and I reckon Paul Bichek's going to concede this. Ladies and gentlemen, Lauren Perry did it in the same manner, coming into the straight, well clear, Graham Frizzly.
So after a delicious sprint finish there, we've got another sprint coming up. This is the first heat of the men's invitational Keirin. So it'll be 2 heats with the first 3 in each heat heading through to the final. Got some of the riders who featured in C and B grade, just to give the A graders a break after a lung-busting elimination race. So here in Heat 1 we have, and I'll go from front to back, we have Jared Mann there at the front. He is followed by He's followed by Sam Gallagher. Then we've got Aaron Young in the white. Brandon Hutton there in the green. Ewan Cousins in the grey. And Ned Pollard in sixth place in the blue. So the motorbike is going to come around and the riders will file down behind it. If you haven't seen a Keirin before, riders are going to settle in 1 through 6 behind this motorbike. And our lovely friend on the motorbike is going to slowly pick up the pace over the course of the next 4.5 laps, or 3.5 laps, and then peel off, and it'll be up to the riders to decide who wins. But first is as good as third here in the heats, as it is our top 3 going through. So that's Jared Mann there. Just got prime position behind the bike. It is the best sit. It's a beautiful sit behind the motorbike, especially with that luggage pod on the back. Jared Mann would be tapping away and hardly breaking a sweat. Sam Gallagher settled in behind him. Aaron Young in third. Brendan Hutton, Ewan Cousins, and Ned Pollard, the same order they rolled off the fence. There was very little scrapping for positions here. And Ewan Cousins making a very early move here. As Jamie Perry pulls off in the motorbike, and Ewan Cousins has got the front spot now, so he's got everyone behind him. He is the hunted. And it'll be Brandon Hutton who makes the early move. Comes around the outside at a ferocious pace, and Ewan Cousins got a bit of work to do to drag everyone back up. He sits up and says, "It's not work I'm interested in doing, boys. You might want to go." But Cousins has opened up nearly half the length of a turn here. Cousins has flicks the elbow out, so it'll be Pollard and Gallagher who set off in chase with Mann and Young behind them. Cousins has got a pretty good gap and he'll collect the bell, so the first 3 through to the final. Can Hutton hang on to one of those front 3 positions? At the moment it's the 2 Victorians and Aaron Young, so it'll be a closely fought finish because they're reeling in Brendan Hutton. Hutton might just hang on for third, and he does. Sam Gallagher leads them across the line, but it doesn't matter. The first 3 are 3. Aaron Young and Brandon Hutton will join him in the final. So we've got the second heat of our Keirin now after the excitement of the first. We've got half the finals positions picked, but we need to see who will join Aaron Young, Brandon Hutton and Sam Gallagher. So our 6 riders are going to roll around here. We've got Jade Madden, Max Liebknecht, Kai Lart, Ricky Groth, Ruben Webster and Adam Lees. So that's Kai Lart there in the blue at the front. Ruben Webster in the black, white and yellow. Max Liebknecht in the sassy kit with the golden flowing locks out the back of the helmet. Some reasonable locks on Adam Lees as well there, poking out the back of the helmet. Ricky Groth in the red and white, and Jade Madden in the yellow and black. Jamie Perry waiting patiently over the rear side of the track. He's just waiting for the signal for all clear, and then he'll roll around to and he's just setting off now. Michael Bailey waiting patiently with the starter's pistol. And the riders filtered down behind Jamie Perry for 3.5 laps behind the motorbike. And Jamie Perry just ever so slightly nudging that pace up. Once everyone settles in, finds the rhythm, just eases on the accelerator until everyone's at race pace. But as we saw in the last race, not everyone's happy with that. Third rider might try to nudge their way forward and get the jump on everyone before the bike pulls off. It's Kai Lart who's in the unenviable position of watching over for any shenanigans. And there's a few shenanigans behind as Ruben Webster just opens up a gap and Liebknecht opens up a bike length as well. 4 laps to go. Another lap and a half behind the bike, and they are very stretched out at the moment. Again, Lart just looking over that right shoulder, waiting for the move. But none comes, and he just settles up to the back of the bike as it pulls off. And they're all on their own now. Kyle Lart still on the front. He's still looking over the right side as everyone's bunched up. Maddern's popped up from the back, not happy with being in 6th place, and that's probably not where you'd want to start your sprint from anyway. So he rises up into just sitting about 3rd wheel, a 3 wide with Liebknecht and Lees. He's up very high on the track, and it's going to be Liebknecht who opens it up, and he puts a bit of power down out of the saddle and down on the back straight. Kyle Lart will have the job of reeling him in, and he'll do exactly that as they come onto the home straight. With the bell going, Kyle Lart is chasing and grappling to try and get to that Liebknecht's wheel, but there's still a few gaps, and it's Ruben Webster is now launching a bit of an attack from 3rd around the outside. Lees is going to do it as well. We've got 4 riders wanting 3 spots. Ooh, and it might be Liebknecht who misses out, the man who opened it all up. From my eye, it looks Adam Lees, Kyle Lart, and Ruben Webster who made it through those first 3 positions, and will join Aaron Young, Sam Gallagher, and Brandon Hutton in the final. The final will be in a couple laps' time, so they'll have around 15, 20 minutes to catch their breath. So before we...
So an amendment to the program, and we do have an event 46B, which is the Women's Invitational Keirin, and that will be conducted prior to the under-17s event, which will be immediately after the Keirin. I'll pass back to Josh for the Keirin heats of the women's event. So we have our 2 heats for the women now. As the bike rolls around, the riders will set off. Lizanne Wilmot-Fox on the pink bike there, settle into 1st place. Morella Willis-Hell in 2nd. Then we have Gabrielle Thomas, who I believe is taking the place of Amalia Langham. Selena Ho is there in 5th place. Maya Anderson's just ahead of her in 4th in the black with the green and yellow on her back, before Christina Clonan brings up the rear. Clonan, quite a accomplished sprinter, and she'll need to use all those sprinting skills to find her way to the front. 4 laps to go in the 1st heat of the women's Keirin. And it's Lizanne Fox still in the driver's seat as a few little gaps open up. Clonan just sitting slightly out, slightly higher than the rest, just waiting for that bike to pull off, which
which it does now with about 3 laps to play. Lizanne Fox looking over the shoulder. And Christina Clonan starts to make the move around the outside, almost with ease. She just pulls herself around into first place. Again, it's the first 3 that will go through. So 3 of 6 will be through to the final, and the other 3, that'll be their Keirin done for the night. Clonan on the front, 2 laps to go. She's got the speed to control the race from here. Lizanne Wilmot-Fox now in prime position, just sitting behind her. She's got a shelter from the wind. And if she can hang on to that wheel, she'll surely find herself in the final. Selena Ho is making a move around the outside though, and will box her in. It's going to be tough for Wilmot-Fox to pick her way out of this one as Ho just sits there. Doesn't bother coming around Clonan. Again, it's the first 3 through to the final. Maya Anderson on the outside. She might be the one to trouble Fox if she can make a dash up the outside, and she's doing exactly that. But Fox has done enough, and it's Wilmot-Fox who will join Christina Clonan and Selena Ho in the final of the women's Keirin. So we're just sorting out the second heat of the women's Keirin here. And again, the 3 going through from that heat, Clonan, Ho and Wilmot-Fox. So we're looking for 3 to join them at the moment. And I think we might be looking for a couple more entrants to this heat as well.
Yeah, so apologies about the delay as we have had Sophie Ma elect to ride it. Now, the issue is to constitute a UCI level event, there are a number of rules that have to be met. and the composition of the riders. So Sophie Ma has elected to ride the Keirin, and we thank Sophie Ma for her efforts. She'll be going out. Christina Clonan, I know it's not the great opportunity. You've just finished the Keirin, but that wheel race, that was a tough one, and you got so close, but to miss out. But a great effort nonetheless. You've got more wheel races coming up. It's a big program.
It is a big program. The TasCarnivals are always a test of endurance, which as a sprinter I don't usually have a whole lot of, so it's great general prep into the season, and really excited to be back here racing Tassie.
Now for you, the Keirin and the sprint events are your main feature, but you understand how important and prestigious the wheel races are.
Oh, for sure. The Tassie people, it's a different level here, and then once you get to the last 2 days, it's really exciting, and to see all the locals come out and drinking and having fun, it's just awesome for the sport. And yeah, I'm really excited.
I'm sure you're pretty happy to make the final in the Keirin, but you won't be happy until you win the Keirin, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some good people here, so it's good competition, good little prep into the season, so yep.
Let's get 3 more in there as we have the riders on their marks, ready to start. And we have our 5 riders, Courtney McGowan, Sophie Ma, looks like Emma Stevens, and the rider of Skrula, Jess Skrula, and Hannah from Czech Republic.
So we're looking for 3 riders out of 5. Slightly better odds here for the second heat of the Women's Invitational Keirin. The riders have settled in now after just nearly completing their first lap behind the bike. Jamie Perry just slowly ratcheting up. You hear the beautiful 25cc motor just slowly putting the pace down. It probably doesn't compare to some of the motors we've seen in the riders today. I'd chance Graham Frisley to beat the thing in a race. But at the moment it's doing the pacemaking. And here's Hannah Hermanowska, who is sitting in the slipstream. Jo Schuler well placed. Once the bike slips off, she'll be very well positioned. Should attacks come from behind. Again, 3 out of 5 we're looking for. The first names who are going through from the first one are Clonan, Wilmot, Fox and Ho. So the indicator comes on the Keirin bike and Jamie Perry pulls off. Hermanowska doesn't react. Rather than just pulling up, no one behind is too keen to react just at the moment yet. Sophie Ma sitting at the back, casually watching over everyone. Jess Schuler doesn't mind being on the front, but 2 laps to go and some very, very quick girls behind. It's probably not the best place to be. Emma Stevens, one of those very quick girls. Hannah Hermanowska not filtered all the way to the back. She sits about halfway down, and now she's going to move up again and get in reasonably good position for when the sprint opens. Stevens now not opening the sprint. Oh, she is now as she moves around the outside, and McGowan's on her tail. So 3 of them have got a little gap to the 2 at the back at the moment. Jess Schuler just gets gapped by Stevens and McGowan, who look like they'll be pretty safely through, but it's can Schuler hold on? And she's doing a fantastic job at that at the moment. Hermanowska and Ma have sat up, but it's Stevens who'll lead them home for the victory, followed by McGowan and Schuler. Those 3, of course, joining Clonan, Ho and Wilmot Fox in the final, which will be held in a little while. So under 17s. So under 17s are just headed or waiting in the marshalling area for their scratch race to begin. So this will be 12 laps for the under 17s. Again, this event has the split grading system. So the B graders are going to get a head start here. Might be 2/3 of a lap given the 13 B graders received about a third, and the 15's got half a lap. So they should get around 2/3 a lap for the 12 laps, and it'll be up to them to make sure that that is enough. In B grade, we have Sybil O'Rourke, Kira Rayner, Scarlett Sybil, Sophie Brotherton, and Ava Schmicke. Although some very, very good rides from Schmicke tonight. Putting her in B grade might be a little bit generous from the handicapper. Then back in A grade, we have Samuel Washington, who's been a very, very classy rider all night. Jonah Shelverton, who's not afraid to attack, and maybe in a regular scratch race, he'd be a pretty regular feature at the front of the race. Nick Broxham, back on the bike after a nasty crash earlier in the night, but still riding very, very well. Nick Ablett. And Gus Chalice are the remaining riders. So here at the front we have Scarlett Sybil, Ava Schmicke, Sybil O'Rourke and Sophie Brotherton. Kira Rayner not taking to the start. And the A graders are now going to get rolling, but the B grade has been given nearly all of a lap, and they might just be able to get on the back here as the boys are still winding it up. So there is only 4 boys. I don't believe we've got Nick Ablett. Shelverton, Broxham, Washington and Chalice are our 4 A graders, and the girls have very cleverly managed to get themselves inside of that group. So the boys are going to have to split the bunch here. It's no matter of just chasing down the girls. They're actually going to have to try and break the elastic rope somehow. They come round for 6 laps. My apologies, it is 8 laps this race, and they've come round now for 6 remaining for the girls. So Sam Worthington tries to launch an attack off the front. He's got Jonas Shelverton and Nick Broxham in behind. Sybil O'Rourke doing a lot of work, but I think the boys might just have broken away, and they have. So there's those 3 off the front now. And they're starting to swap turns and doing it pretty nicely. Jonas Shelverton giving it absolutely everything on the front. Those legs are moving very quickly on the junior gears. Swings up the track, and it's Nick Broxham who rolls through. Broxham looking strong as ever. And the girls behind are still working very well. Ava Schmicke doing some excellent pace making. Scarlett Sybil also contributing. Gus Chalice, one of those A graders, hasn't been able to get away with the other 3, but he's still there and still riding really well with the girls. Jonas Shelverton on the front again. He's got the elbows locked. He's down on the handlebars. Nick Broxham comes through. And they'll come round to take 3 laps to go. So they've only got 3 laps to try and pull back these front markers, the B graders, who are about to come round to collect 2 laps. So the boys are absolutely moving, and they've got just over half a lap to make up. Ava Schmicke has looked strong all night, and she's got Scarlett Sybil and Gus Chalice with her, but they've ridden Sybil O'Rourke off the wheel. Nick Broxham swings up. He's given it everything back there and just doesn't have the legs anymore. It's Sam Washington who's got a great set of legs. He's been working it pretty hard all night long, and Jonas Shelverton's got that fighting spirit, still giving it everything. But the front of the race is Gus Chalice, or just behind him, Ava Schmicke. Ava Schmicke is one of the B graders, looking like she's going to be able to hold everyone off. Gus Chalice will come round. He's got 1 lap to go, and it's Ava Schmicke who wins the under-17 scratch race. Scarlett Sybil in second, with Samuel Washington doing a lot of fantastic work there to firstly get away and then drop his companions. And again, thank you to Priceline, who have donated the prize money for our junior scratch races tonight. D-graders, D-grade men. If we are able to get you over to the marshalling area, we're just going to press ahead with the schedule while we give the Keirin riders a little bit of a break. So men's D-grade scratch race.
Yeah, just to allude on that, the women's Keirin heats were originally not scheduled, so they've now been included. That brings their final way too close, and the paperwork has not been printed. So we are asking event number 51, the men's D-grade scratch race, to be going to marshalling. We'll conduct this event and then hopefully get our Keirin finals on, which carry UCI points. So attention to our Keirin riders. At the conclusion of the men's D grade, we will be on with the Keirin finals. In our men's D grade is the 2021 Masters wheel race winner, Matt Schmidtke. He is leading this event at the moment in the black kit, followed by Jack O'Rourke. On Jack's wheel is Michael Dalton. Following Michael Dalton is Brendan Simpson Kit, who was absolutely splendid in the tempo race. Greg Hutton with the white helmet and the blue kit on the predominantly white bike. And then in the red kit is the rider of Ross Jenkins. That's your field for this scratch race with 10 laps remaining. Brendan Simpson leads the way. Now this is their final race of the evening for the men's D grade. They've certainly got to know each other very well over their initial scratch race, followed by their wheel race heats and their tempo race. They had an elimination as well. They mirrored the Omnium, but instead of finishing with a points race, they are finishing with a scratch race. Once again, we are calling for our Keirin riders, finalists, to make their way over to the marshalling area. Ready for the final, please. 8 laps remaining. O'Rourke leads the way ahead of Dalton. Your favourite for this will be the South Australian rider, Matthew Schmidtke. He has won the majority of the races he's entered tonight. We see Dalton moving forward. Crowd favourite, definitely Brendan Simpson Kit. Gave it a solid dig in the tempo race and led all the way up until an explosion with 4 laps to go, but he dug deep and held on to the same lap as the leader. The Cairns rider, Greg Hutton, and the acceleration, sliding acceleration by Ross Jenkins with 6 laps remaining. I can see my men's Keirin riders are in their seats and they are drawing for position. So we'll be promptly out for the final. Bit of games are being played here, and it is the rider of Brendan Simpson Kit. It looked like he wanted the wheel of Matt Schmidtke, but he then suddenly moved around it slightly as we are now coming up to the closing stages of this 12 lap. event. Four laps remaining, and Greg Hutton does not want to be on the front no more. And now we see the rider Schmidtke. They're all backed off his wheel. Schmidtke's not sure what to do there, so he decides he gets up the track. If they're all going to lay off my wheel, I'll need to do something a little bit more special. And we wait for an attack. We didn't have to wait because Schmidtke has gone. He went high, he set up for the attack, and he flew over the top. And this is the ride that has been unable to be beaten in the first three races, and I can't see him being beaten here. 2 laps to go, and Matt Schmidtke gets a gas on. Now he has a trait where he opens his mouth wide as to try and suck in as much oxygen as possible. But the chase is coming from Brendan Simpson-Kit. This is a big chase by Brendan. He swings up though on the bell lap. And then we see our lead rider, Matty Schmidtke, leading the way. Out of the bunch comes the rider of Ross Jenkins. Ross is trying to get there, but he's going to have some company from Greg Hutton. The Cairns rider is closing in, but Matt Schmidtke holding on to the lead. He's going to hold on to all but 20 of the metres. That's enough to win it. Matthew Schmidtke wins the event ahead of Greg Hutton. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have our Derny ready. We have our riders in marshalling. We're just hoping they can come onto the track. We've got the Invitational Keirin final. In this race, the riders qualified through 2 heats. The top 3 riders have made the Keirin final. Adam Lees made it very impressively, and he was delighted. Ruben Webster, the New Zealander. Keo Lart as well, also from New Zealand. Brendan Hutton, and then the American Aaron Young. That's 5, but your pre-race favourite, a rider who certainly knows how to ride a Keirin, is Sam Gallagher. Okay, we do have our 6 riders here now. Motorbike will come through and pick up the 6 riders. This event is conducted at the World Championships and the Olympic Games. We see the rider of Keirin from New Zealand on the blue kit at the front. He has drawn spot number 1. They draw for positions prior to the start. The second rider is Brendan Hutton. He made the final by attacking and going solo. It was quite an impressive ride. He's in spot number 2. Your pre-race favourite is Sam Gallagher in the blue kit with the black helmet in spot number 3. But watch out for the New Zealander. He was right up there in the wheel race, finishing second. Ruben Webster as well. Ruben in spot number 4. A delighted Adam Lees in the pink colours. He's in spot number 5. And Aaron Young from America with the white jersey at the back of the field with the green sleeves. The motorbike builds up to a pace of 51 kilometres an hour, and at which point in time it will hit 3 laps to go. At 3 to go, it drops down at the bottom of the track. Now, remembering that this velodrome is 285 metres round. It doesn't seem like much further, but it does throw the Keirin Spectacular into a bit of an array. So Sam Gallagher has moved around the outside. He picks up the front as we see KO getting onto the wheel. Trying to move and impress himself is Hutton. He's found his way underneath those wheels. Some impressive riding if he was able to do that legally. So Hutton's still low underneath KO Hart as we look at Aaron Young holding off at the back. We're a lap and a half out from the finish. Sam Gallagher leads it and controls it right up to when Aaron Young launches, and he's given a big lead here. He's got 5. He's not sure if he wants that big lead. He's waiting for Gallagher. Gallagher gets onto the wheel and slams past the American. Gallagher goes now, but KO Lart's on the wheel. Can he get around? The answer's no. Sam Gallagher, KO Lart, maybe Aaron Young for 3rd. So the women have now drawn for position, and we'll find out very shortly when they make their way to the fence. Does look like Selena Ho has drawn spot number 1. Courtney McGowan in spot number 2. Jessie Schuler from New Zealand in spot number 3. Your race favourite, Christina Clonan, in spot number 4. Lizanne Fox, former Canadian national Keirin champion, and Emma Stevens. There's no doubting that the fastest rider is the Australian representative, Christina Clonan, and that is her in 4th wheel. Having said that, a national champion in Selena Ho in the team sprint when she teamed with Carly McCulloch to win the team sprint. Selena Ho from New South Wales. Courtney McGowan in second wheel. Then the New Zealander, Jess Schuler in third. We go back past Christina Clonan, then to the Canadian, Lizanne Fox, who has won the national title twice, beating Olympic riders to do that. Emma Stevens is another rider capable of nudging the sub 12-second barrier for the sprint. She's an 11 high rider. Let's find out how this pans out. We look at Selena Ho leading the way. She's trying to control the pace. McGowan glued to the wheel. Giving a bit of room is Clonan. Now, the reason she's doing that, if a move comes from behind her, she's got room to accelerate and hopefully push higher on the track. So it's a defensive move. We come in with 2 laps to go. Jess Schuler sitting in third. Not much has happened, and Selena Ho would be delighted with this. She's been allowed to control the pace and gently wind it up. At a lap and a half to travel, still Clonan has left the right amount of gap, but she's closed that up now. And the reason she's closed that up is because she's planning on going. Lizanne looked the wrong way, and Lizanne Fox is out in pursuit of Christina Clonan. And she's got the right distance to run at the wheel. Can she get to the wheel? If she can get, can she do something with that? Lizanne Fox could cause the massive upset. She gets to the wheel, she steps out, but that's as good as she can go. Clonan, Fox, Ho takes it out, but a solid ride by Lizanne Fox. She closed the gap. She had the run at the wheel, but Christina Clonan way too strong, and she takes an impressive victory and some UCI points to boot in the Keirin Invitational. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the program, we move into a series of scratch races. These scratch races, the C grade scratch will be the next one, followed by the B grade scratch for the women, and then the B grade scratch for the men. We conclude the night with the women's A grade UCI Omnium, and that is where Lauren Perry is defending her lead. We then move into the men's A grade Omnium, and Graham Frisley hoping to win this Omnium at the Launceston 2022 Christmas Carnivals. I'll pass back to our friend Josh representing here. Josh Duggan, a solid ride by Christina Clonan. She certainly delivered in spades, and she was touted as the fastest rider. Lizanne gave her a good nudge though.
Thought we were headed for a massive boil over there when Lizanne came around, tried to come around on the final corner, but Clonan had the extra strength in the bag in case of a situation like she faced, and the class to pull out the win. So on to our C grade men. So 12 lap for the men as Michael Bailey, the commissaire, fires the starting gun. Paul Butler on the front. Last time tonight we'll get to see that beautiful budget forklifts kit. Just starts to wind things up for the C graders. And we've seen, obviously, over the course of the night, some very, very classy riders in this C grade field. So, James Niven, one of those. It's Ewan Cousins who takes over the pacemaking, followed by Cohen Harper, who rolls over the top of him. They'll come round to collect 10 laps to play as Jaffrey, who's had a very spirited night, a lot of attacks, some particularly aggressive racing throughout the night. Just do his turn and filter back. David Hutton as well had a very front and back night. He spent a bit at the front and a little bit of the night out the back. And that's where he settles in at the moment. They come through to 9 laps and it's a pretty strong tempo at the moment. Not playing any games just yet, just good, hard, clean riding. Zulfami Zulkurnen. And Paul Butler skips the turn completely, leaving James Nevin on the front. Again, a couple of riders swing up. So the pace just starting to dip and go, and we can't reach about half or nearly reaching halfway point with 7 laps to play in this C grade scratch race. All the big moves are yet to be made. I think they're likely to come, or one of those key moves could be coming from this man on the front right now though, or his compatriots. Phil Hutton settles in on the front. Josh Rayner takes over, his teammate takes over the pacemaking. And if there's going to be shenanigans off the front, I'd say there's a fair chance that Aaron Jones might be involved in them. Just takes over and swings up the track. So again, everyone keen not to put their nose in the wind. We've passed halfway and there's 5 laps to go. And Zulkurnian and Jaffrey just float forward through a couple of gaps as everyone sits up. They're more than happy to take over the pacemaking on those beautiful BT bikes, and not the first time tonight they've been leading each other out. And they'll come around to collect 3 laps to go. It's been a strong, steady race with reasonable pace, but we're yet to see an attack. You think it can't be too far away though as we near into the final 3 laps. We've seen there's some pretty good sprints. And Josh Rayner is going to be the one who tries to upset the chicken coop. He goes out on the front and suddenly a couple of black jerseys, red helmets and BT bikes float towards the front. It's Jaffrey leading out Wahab. They're just picking up the pace constantly. There's only about a lap and a half to go. And just slightly reluctant to go straight around the outside of Josh Rayner, but then picks the pace up and he'll lead out Wahab into the main straight. Zulkurnian then goes around Ewan Cousins. So it is the 3 Malaysians at the front again. They've got Cousins boxed in. But this is turning into a little bit of a procession here. And they'll fight each other. It's Wahab, I think, who might have just taken the win from Zulkurnian, but we'll check with the judges. It is Zulfami Zulkurnian who takes the win from Mohammed Wahab. And a fantastic ride. That's been a fantastic night of racing from these guys. They've entertained all night long with a lot of very, very strong attacks and classy rides. And of course their teammate Mohammed Jaffrey came in for 3rd place there. So a 1, 2, 3, the Malaysian trifecta. And they have well and truly cleaned up in C grade tonight. Might be moving up to B grade in the next couple of nights, I'd say, as they've absolutely dominated C grade tonight. So we'll move on to the women's B grade scratch race now. The riders are just assembling in the marshalling area. Again, 12 laps for the women. A couple of these girls have had a very, very short turnaround from the Keirin final. Or a couple couple of Keirins. So it is a slightly, mind my eyes trying to squint over the other side of the velodrome, but it's a slightly smaller field than expected. A couple of riders in the UCI Omnium tonight, and as well a couple of scratchings. So we've got a field of 7. It'll be Marilla Willis-Hell, who leads us off. Eugenie O'Rourke in second place. Caitlin Turner sitting in third. Suzanne Straits in fourth. A few pink kits just to make it difficult to pick out. Courtney McGowan in the purple and pink jersey sits in fourth place now. Selena Ho sits in fourth. Be Valencia Tan behind her in the Singaporean kit. Gabrielle Thomas in the green. And Morella Willis-Hell brings up the rear. A slightly slower pace here at the moment. As we just saw in that, Keirin, there's a few very handy sprinters in this race. And you think that saving all the bickies for the end of the race might play exactly into their hands. Selena Ho, one of those. If it's a roll around for 11 laps and then have a kick, she'll be very hard to beat. Valencia Tan just rolls up the track. Gabrielle Thomas does the same. 3 laps in to the women's B grade scratch race. The final race of the night for this group. One final chance to try and earn a bit of coin, win some bragging rights, win some pride, and boost your confidence a bit heading into 3 or 4 more days of racing. Courtney McGowan still on the front. Swings up. So they'll come round to collect 7 laps to play and still yet to see the first attack. Not quite the frenetic pace of racing. It's easy after 4 or 5 races to sit in the bunch. And they have been riding very, very hard tonight. A few absolute lung-buster races in the program. A couple of riders swing up, and it's Gabrielle Thomas who'll be on the front in the nice green kit. Just puts the power down as she's left on the front, but swings up a little bit, and they've just also crossed the halfway mark, completing the 6th lap. So we're into the second half of the race, and the first couple of little moves might start to come soon. And if anyone's got the confidence for it, and if anyone's got the legs still left, some of these little dips in pace might be the perfect opportunity to do it. Selena Ho back on the front. She'll cross the line with 4 laps to go and swing up. And just about now, you'd be hoping it was the last time that you'd seen the front of the race. You'd be hoping it was a couple of standard half lap turns from the people in front of you when you're on the back, and you might just get an easy ride and be perfectly placed for the finish. But everyone's starting to rotate through with no one very keen to get on the front. So it's easier said than done to pick your way or to place yourself for the perfect finish when you get to this stage of the race. And there's just a little gap that's open there. Eugenie O'Rourke just jumps out of the way, and Selena Ho has been left to do a little bit of work to pluck her way through, or to pull her back. But it's Mirella Willis-Hell who kind of took the underside and forced her way through to the front. That's where she wants to be with 2 laps to go. She's looking over the right shoulder. Doesn't swing up, she just wants to be placed exactly on the front. And you're pushing into the wind a little bit harder, but you are the one who everybody has to pass. And if you've got the legs, it's easier said than done. Eugenie O'Rourke now the first to make a move. She just picks it up from the back and she's going to attack as they hit the bell. But Marilla Willis-Hill had, thankfully, the legs after sitting on the front to just pick up the pace as well and hold her off. She's opened up a couple of bike lengths with Eugenie just dropping the wheel slightly. Valencia Tan is going to do everything she can to chase her down, and she's pulled her back as they hit the home straight, but it's Marilla Willis-Hill who holds them off. Valencia Tan takes second, and Selena Ho takes third. Very fast finish there. Fantastic ride there from Marilla Willis-Hill as the B grade man. They're just getting marshalled now. The women roll off the track. Head on to the rollers for a bit of a warm down after the last race of the night. And then in a couple of races' time, we've got our UCI Omnium point scores, which will make for some very entertaining viewing. But before that, we've got one more scratch race. Sam Gallagher on the front, winding up that big gear. He spent a lot of the night on the front, most of it while launching an absolutely rapid sprint, but with 15 laps to go, it's probably not the best time for that, and he smartly swings off. It's going to be Brandon Hutton who rolls onto the front. Ricky Groff takes over the pacemaking. And Ned Pollard, the Victorian, takes it over. So good tempo there from Zaniel. And again, Jared Mann rolls through. So the boys are rolling through pretty quickly here, and you'd think that these 15 laps, of which there's only 13 to go, are going to tick down very, very quickly. It's Jade Madden on the front now, just puts the power down slightly and stretches it all out. And you wouldn't want to be the bloke who's just swung to the top of the track and had a leisurely look around, because everything is very strung out and suddenly there's a lot of bodies and a lot of bikes to pick your way through. Sam Gallagher rips it and then looks around, swings the elbow. Dylan Rogers does the same. He swings up. And again, the pace has just cooled off slightly. Everything's come back together a little bit, as a few of the boys not too keen to really put in those turns that will split the bunch. But Zional, who I wrote off a moment ago when he was caught at the back of the bunch, is happy to rip it. And he nearly collides with Brendan Hutton, who swung up at a very inopportune time. But now he's pretty quickly gained half the length of one of the straights. And it's going to be Jade Madden who's charged with the task of bringing him back. Quick look over the shoulder from Zional, and I don't think there's any need for that because he's got a pretty good gap. Eyes up the road, son. There's nothing but open space at the moment. Sam Gallagher who is setting out on the task of bringing back, and he's going to do that much quicker than what it looked, because Zional took off with the speed of 1,000 cockatoos. So done very well to bring him back that quickly, but Zional sits up, so does Gallagher, and then it's going to be Alias, our wheel race winner, who takes over. So the 1-2 there from the Malaysians. Dylan Rogers had a go at hanging on, but couldn't quite get there, and he'll sit up and wait for a friend to come across. That friend looks like it might friend looks like it might be Jack Dola, and Jack's taken over the pacemaking, and Dylan just kind of needs a couple of seconds of really putting in the big ones just to get onto the back of Jack. But up front, it's still Alias. After an incredible wheel race, it's amazing he's got something in the tank, but he's just pedaling very, very smoothly. 6 laps to go for our leader, Alias. Jack Dola, just a little bit in no man's land. He hasn't been able to bring back Alias, but he certainly has dropped Dylan Rogers, who's just dropped off a little bit. And Rogers will hope that there's help coming, but unfortunately the bunch has set up a little bit too. That's except for Chat, who's launched an attack. So we've now got 4 riders off the front. Up the front we have Alias, our wheel race winner, who now is starting to cede some ground at Dola, and he smartly recognises that, pops up the track, gets a couple of seconds of break, and then flicks in behind him. Dylan Rogers in 3rd place. He's on his own with all the work to do, and it's Chat who'll join him soon, and Dylan Rogers might pop up the track and get a couple of seconds of breathing as well in a moment. So a group of 2 are nearly about to lap the bunch here. The main peloton has just sat up. I'm not sure Zaniel wants to be lapped just yet as he's set off, but Alias and Dola have connected with what was the main part of the peloton, but there's a few bodies there that have just sat up, as Sam Gallagher's retired, and I believe one other rider has as well. It's still Alias out front, and he's got Jack Dola with him still. Jared Mann has been lapped, but he's trying to hang on. The 39 Chat. I believe Chat is still on the leading lap, and he's about to try and pull in the leading 2 of Dola and Alias, who've sat up slightly. So we've got our leading group of 3 there with Jared Mann for company. Dylan Rogers is about 100 metres off the back of them, and he's still having a real crack here. A fantastic ride by Rogers, but it's Dola who opens up the sprint at the front as Alias is on his wheel, and Alias has got a fast finish on him. We saw that a couple of hours ago when he took a massive win, and he comes around the outside of Dola down the back straight into the final corner, and the gap's opening up. No one's going to beat Alias tonight, who comes to claim his 2nd win of the night. Dola rides home for 3rd, and Chat in Dola comes home for 2nd, Chat in 3rd. After a couple of races where it was more tempo, followed by an exciting end, we get one absolutely blown to smithereens. So we've got the last 2 races of the night coming up now. They're an absolute treat. We've got our women's Omnium point score.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now advance to the final round of the Omnium for the women's event, and we are dwindling in numbers, but it certainly has been a frenetic race over the first event, which was the scratch race. It was won by Lauren Perry, and then holders are required. Once again, holders, please, for the riders. The second race, however, it didn't go Lauren Perry's way. She finished 2nd, but it was enough. That was in the tempo. Hanna Hemenoska from Czech Republic, she took 2nd place, 1st place in the tempo. In the elimination, Lauren Perry dominated and consequently should have almost all but 2 of the maximum amount of points applicable. So she should be on 118 points. In fact, there it is on the scoreboard. Lauren Perry on 118 points. Hannah on 110 points. Nur on 104 points. That's Zubair, rider number 9. Then Nio on 102 points. The riders are about to take place on a points race event. Over 70 laps. And this event scores 5 points for every sprint. There are sprints every 10 laps. 5 points for the win, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, and 1 point for fourth. Now, those points accumulate on their overall points for the UCI Omnium event. The gun fires, indicating the start of the event. I think you'll find Keirin is also in 5th place overall. So let's see how this pans out. 5 points for the win of every sprint. However, there is also another thing, and that is, should a rider or riders take a lap on the field, a bonus 20 points is awarded. So those 20 points, and theoretically, let's say Zubair takes a lap, that'll bring her to 124 and potentially the winner of the Omnium. So as we look, Emma Stevens has been a surprise packet. It was anticipated that Emma was not going to complete the Omnium, but she has been in this, and she's got Sophie Marr and Belinda Bailey. Belinda Bailey was out very early in the elimination, which cost her her ranking. The rider who really improved was Keirin, the South African, and she is hoping to pick up some points and infiltrate the podium, where it is, there we see Keirin on the scoreboard now at 98 points. So Zubair in 3rd, Nio in 4th, and Yonka in 5th. They are the most likely protagonists of this Omnium. Again, Felicity Wilson-Heffernan, she was also eliminated very early in the elimination race, and that cost her a lot of points. Amelia Mulhern was up there on the points rankings right up until she got to the elimination. It was the death of many a rider that were high on the Omnium. But it is all fixable in the Omnium when you get to the points race. Nair leads, Amelia Mulhern, the winner of the Launceston wheel race. Emma Stevens in the purple colour from Queensland. The New Zealander Georgia Simpson in the green. Felicity Heffernan. Hannah Herman Oscar in the blue check colours. Lauren Perry in the yellow and white. We are 3 laps out from the first sprint. And Sophie Marr leads Lilith Jones, followed by Belinda Bailey. The only rider I haven't mentioned in that line was Keirin, who's comfortably sitting at the back, and she's got some company with Maya Anderson as well. So Maya Anderson trying to stay at the back, possibly staying out of the first sprint. So as we come up to 61 laps, the bell rings, so our first set of 5 points is available. And you see Nio a long way back with Felicity, and it is Belinda Bailey leading the way. Lauren Perry sitting back there, she's got room to move. Is she going to go for the 5 points, or is it going Belinda Bailey's way? Belinda Bailey right up to the point. Lauren Perry took over 5 points to Lauren, so they'll push her up to 123 points. Belinda Bailey, a long way down. She got the 3 points, that'll push her up. Mulhern was in there as well, possibly for the 2 points. After a sprint, it's always a great opportunity to put in an attack. Those riders who sprinted are a little bit on the back foot, and they have to suffer to try and get a wheel. So it was a good move by the rider of Georgia Simpson, but they are straight line, and going out the back is a couple of riders. Emma Stevens is struggling to get back on, but she may do it. Amelia Mulhern also makes it back on, but in that flurry of attacks, Maya Anderson has gone out the back at the moment. So there, the leaderboard has been adjusted. Lauren Perry goes to 123, and I just will confirm something as we go in. So Hannah Hermanoska on 110, Zubair on 105, Nio on 102, and Kerry Yonka on 98. So looking at the scoreboard, I now have seen when they had Nur Zubair's full name in, it did cover Hannah's name in the points system, so she is now on 110 points, but it's no doubting the leader, Lauren Perry, on 123 points, sitting in fifth wheel at the moment. Emma Stevens is off the back at the moment, and she has really ridden a brilliant race. She is normally just a sprint specialist. In fact, having said that, she looks like she's trying to stay in this race and possibly finish it with 53 laps remaining. I'd always keep a little eye on Kerry Yonka. Now, Kerry is a rider who's not afraid to give it a go. Lauren Perry looks high. She sees Kerry floating at the top. As we come in, 52 laps to go. Lauren Perry now is in full sight of Kerry Yonka. And Lauren waiting for any movement. Nio comes over the top and holds it, but Kerry Yonka leads this one with Lauren Perry on the wheel. The bell starts to ring, and now VT for the first time, Zubair. Zubair's in this one as well. She's got her wheels tucked underneath. She gets out of the saddle, pushes through, and she's going to hold Lauren Perry down. She's boxed her perfectly. That is textbook racing by Zubair, and Lauren Perry says there's more points available. 3 points to Lauren, 2 points to the rider of Kerry Yonka, and it looked like Nio in 1 point as well. So that 5 points will send Zubair up into second place on 110 points. We'll see the points being allocated now. Everything I say, of course, is unofficial, but it did look to me like Zubair did take that, and there it is now. Zubair goes to 110. Nio goes to 102. Yonka moves up into triple figures now at 100. They're your top 5 athletes. And behind them, Belinda Bailey, Sophie Ma, Felicity Hafferton Wilson, and Lilith Jones. Amelia Mulhern as well. Amelia was in the battle right up to the elimination race. So Hermanovska being very patient in this race. That's her in the blue colours in the middle of the field. Hasn't had much intention of participating in the early sprints, but she will be wanting to defend her position on the leaderboard. So if you note at the moment, both riders in second position, 110 points. If the race was to finish on this lap, being equal points, the highest position rider across the line on the final lap takes precedence. So, in actual fact, there is almost nothing like a draw in this event, and that means it would take two riders to be on equal points and a dead heat, unbreakable by the photo finish. Plausible? Maybe. I haven't seen it happen, but I'm sure it is possible, but not plausible, but possible. And having said that, it'll probably happen tonight. We are 4 laps out from the sprint, and Keirin goes to the front. Doesn't want to be there. She goes up. Amelia Mulhern swings up. Lauren Perry also a short turn. That leaves Sophie Marr at the front. Felicity Wilson-Heffernan, and then it's back to Zubair. Zubair really quite cunning in the way she still sits wheels but shoots through at the right time. Gets the feeling that Hannah's got something up her sleeve. Hermanovska, the Czech rider, she hasn't participated in the first set of sprints. And she was second outright on the lead. Again, Keirin wears her heart on her sleeve and is always willing to give it a go. Gets a little bit of a downswing before she swings up, and that nearly caught Sophie Marr a little bit out there. Now, if you have followed Keirin, she's ridden a few events in this Omnium and has, by self-admission, is very new to this bike handling game. So as we now move, it is the rider of Zubair who leads the way. She's coming good, but she's at the front right now. Lauren Perry just patiently waiting. She's going to try and pop the 5 points to make sure of it. Oh, she's struggling to do so. Maybe got there. Zubair and Lauren Perry go to the line. Unfortunately, I'm not standing at the line, so I couldn't quite see. Nio was there for third, that is for sure. And I think for the first time, Hannah Hermanovska, she was also in that sprint. So we will see. We don't actually see on the scoreboard the points results of the sprint, but we do see them allocated. And I think Lauren Perry may have done enough to go to 131 points, and then Zubair to 113. And then, in fact, they're looking at the photo. It's been declared a dead heat, that sprint, a dead heat. And to the UCI Commissaire, Peter Thomason, happy to say we just spoke about a dead heat, and boy, it happened. But so they get 4 points each. So that would have thrown me. Lauren Perry takes 4 points, Zubair takes 4 points. They could not split it in the photo, so it's 4 points apiece. Lauren Perry, 130. Zubair, 114. Hannah, 112. Nio, 104. And Keirin sitting in 100 points. So Hannah, in that last sprint, picked up third place to take her up to 112. It's a firm pace. Each of the riders is happy to stay low on the track and pull a short turn. And that is what is happening as we go through with Georgia Simpson peeling through. Belinda Bailey riding the UCI World Road Championships as an under-19. Lilith Jones from Victoria has been very strong in these events. She went deep into the elimination. And for the first time, Hannah Hermanovska has moved to third outright in this points system of the Omnium. Over the years, Australia has produced a number of world champions in the Omnium, but it has been several years. At the Olympics, we have always struggled, but this is the first time that it has been a focus at the Christmas carnivals, the TasCarnivals, and the first time that it's been used in 2022 here at Tasmania. Again, Keirin goes to the back of the field, thinking, contemplating, waiting. As we come into the bell, and Keirin's gone from last wheel to first wheel. She's gone right around the outside. Now note the points Kerry's got. She's on 100 points. Should she win this, she'll move ahead of Nio. But Nio knows it. Nio's coming in, and Nio's going to advance her points as well. 5 points to Keirin, but 3 points to Nio. So Nio will go to 107 as Keirin goes to 105. Just when she thought she could move up a position, suddenly Nio defended it, and defended it well. As we look at the bunch now, as I remind you, it's my belief that these riders have a fair bit of fatigue. Let's remind you that not only have they ridden the scratch race, the tempo race, the elimination, and the start of the points race, but they've also been in a number of other events, including the wheel race heats, the wheel race finals, Keirin heats and Keirin finals. And certainly fatigue is well and truly in their legs. And for that reason, as we get to the dying laps of this event, I anticipate that this race could split up a lot more, and we may see a lap taken. As they are riding at a bunch. Emma Stevens, congratulations. I don't think at the start of this event you planned on riding all the way to the points race.
No, I definitely didn't. I kind of just did it for fun and training.
And but you managed to get a few points in the tempo race, and looked like you were contesting some sprints in the points race there as well.
Oh yeah, I rolled Sophie, which I feel a bit bad for, but oh well. But in the points race, I kind of just hopped on the front, picked it up a bit, and then was like, hold on for dear life.
Yeah, and actually, probably with that, you had Sophie Ma on your wheel, a little bit of friendship paying back. So congratulations, Emma Stevens, who made it deep into the Omnium, into the points race. As I said previously, she normally just focuses on the sprint events, but she certainly got her training in well and truly. As we look at Hannah going up the track, Lilith Jones as well. Felicity Wilson-Hafferton at the front is the sort of rider that should she attack, the riders may not chase, and if she takes the 20 points, that'll rocket her up the points leaderboard. Simpson swings up. We are 3 laps out from the next sprint. Sophie Ma sitting at the front. Lauren Perry, you'd have to say, in almost complete control. Zubair has found her target. She does not, she wants to win this. Zubair is marking Lauren Perry. Everywhere Lauren goes, Zubair is sure to follow, as she is locked on Perry's wheel. Perry unhappy slightly with the Malaysians. Nio underneath her. And now Nio is trying to swing up, but Perry does not want that to happen, as she controls the pace at 21 laps to go. So that means the bell is going to ring. Hannah's holding down the rider of Zubair. Zubair's found a way out. Yonka's now turned on Zubair. Hannah sitting in second wheel. Yonka coming with some pace around the outside. Nio down the bottom. Yonka, if she gets this run off the bank, she might move ahead of Nio. Nio fighting back. It's close though. Perry, Yonka and Zubair go to the line. Then we see Nio in fourth place. So only the 1 point to Nio. That'll bring her to 108. And Yonka will move further up. And the points have been allocated straight away. So Lauren Perry on 135. Zubair on 117. Hannah on 112 now. Nio on 108 and Yonka on 108. So Lauren Perry in control at this stage. Some 18 points clear. A warning has been issued to rider number 10. Rider number 10 now carries a warning, and that is for not holding her line in the final sprint. So rider number 10 is carrying a warning. It's much like we're all familiar with soccer or football, having just completed the World Cup, and a yellow card has been subsequently issued to Nio, rider number 10. So as we look at the riders, and the yellow flag has just been put on to rider number 10, that is now the official warning. No dramas, the race will continue. And as long as she behaves throughout the remainder of the event, let's have a look at the board. Lauren Perry, 135, Zubair, 117, Hannah, 112, Nio, 108, Yonka, 108. We are 3 laps out from the second. Oh, they collide. The two Malaysians come together. And we see the rider of Zubair. She's gone and found Perry. She wants that wheel. And wherever she goes, I tell you what has worked well is the South African rider. She's high on the track. And now can she get the rundown as we get 12 laps out? And Lauren Perry now goes back to control the pace. We wait for a subsequent attack at 11 to go. And it goes with Zubair. Zubair lights it up on the bell. And out of place now, Yonka's struggling to hold it in there. And underneath is Sophie Ma. Sophie Ma does not figure on the leaderboard, but does Nio. Nio finds her way under, and she needs this point for 4th place. As we look now, As we look at the right of Zubair, Zubair takes the 5. The 3 points goes to Lauren Perry. The 2 points goes the way of Sophie Ma. And possibly the 1 point to rider number 10, Nio. But there was a lot in that. As I keep half an eye on the side, and right now this is a gallant move and I like it a lot. 2 riders very low on the points ranking. Belinda Bailey and Felicity Heffernan make their way. Can they take a lap in the remaining 8 laps? Then we see Kerry Yonka coming out in pursuit. Yeah, so they have relegated a rider from that last sprint. Rider number 10 has been relegated to out of 4th place, and we'll find out who actually got that last point. But in the meantime, our lead riders is Belinda Bailey and the rider of Felicity, and Kerry Yonka's got across, and guess who else is coming? Sophie Ma. So we've got a quartet leading the way with 6 laps to go. The chase is coming from Hannah Hermanovska, and she's got Nio on the wheel, followed by Zubair. Then it's the rider of Mulhern. Then your race leader and most likely your race winner, Lauren Perry. Lauren Perry has a lead of more than 10 points, which is the final points of the final sprint. Double points for the last one, 10 for the win, 6 for second, 4 for third and 2 for fourth. So they are the points as they come into the final points race event at the UCI level. Felicity leads the way, but Kerry Yonka is in there. The bunch, Hannah's the one chasing, followed by Zubair. And now what's going to happen as we look at Hannah? Hannah swings up. Zubair is trying to close the gap, and she's doing that, trying to defend her second place, because if Yonka gets the 10 points, it's plausible she could move up into third. Hannah's the rider. The Czech rider is trying to close this down as well. But Zubair, then it's followed by Mulhern, Nio, then it's the rider in there, moving very nicely. Belinda Bailey, the front. She's trying to draw this out, but Zubair's burying herself. Zubair closing in. She swings up. Amelia Mulhern up the track. Nio out of the saddle. Nio's going to try and cross, but there's only 2 laps remaining. Nio is crossing. Sophie Ma is on the wheel. Belinda Bailey is looking done. Belinda Bailey out of it. Lauren Perry knows she's won this event, but she wants to show how good she is, and she's got Hannah on the wheel. Kerry Yonka going. She's trying Felicity, but Lauren Perry, how good is she? She's that good. That's how good she is. Now we see Kerry Yonka and Hannah. Hannah's going to take the points. Yonka's going to end up in the 1 point maybe. The rider, Lauren Perry, takes it, and deservingly so. Sophie Ma ahead of Hannah Hermanovska, and Kerry Yonka gets the 1 point. That 1 point will deliver her to 4th outright. So the official results will read this way. Even though I'm going to say it, it's unofficial. Lauren Perry wins the UCI Omnium. Zubair will come second. Hermanovska will come third. And Kerry Yonka will most likely come fourth.
If we can get a couple of holders over to the starting area. We've got the A-grade men rolling out for the final race of their Omnium, the points race. If the Malaysian team manager can come over to the finish line as well, just to have a chat to Peter Thomas and the commissaire. Just looking for the Malaysian team manager to have a chat to the commissaire. So if we can just get a couple more holders. So the men are lining up for their we've got one more coming over. So the points will appear on the screen shortly. But from the way that the boys are lining up, I'd say Graham Frisley is our leader. Rory Efting near the front as well on the inside. Max Schmidbauer as well there, and Paul Buschek. And they are on the scoreboard now, in fact, so that is confirmation. Frisley is our leader, Roy Efting second, Paul Buschek third, Max Schmidbauer in fourth, and Dalton Stretton in fifth. So reasonably tied between second and fifth here. A couple of sprint wins to Dalton Stretton. He could find himself on the podium. Graham Frisley with a little bit of breathing room, but he will have to do a fair chunk of work to lock down this win in the UCI A-grade Omnium. So the starter's gun's been fired, and the boys are racing. The laps are ticking down now, 89 laps. Ryan Schild will lead them across. And it is a thunderous tempo already. You can hear the boards, the bikes just slamming into the boards as they fly across them. So Graham Frisley with a little bit of a lead, Paul, 12 points, so breathing room, but certainly nothing is locked in with the number of sprints we've got coming up.
Well, Graham Frisley is the National Madison champion, and he certainly knows how to go deep and go long, and certainly with the points allocation, he knows how to defend that 12 lead. I don't think he's going to defend it. I think he's going to attack it. I think he's really going to try and get as many points early and then defend the lap. The rider of Schmidbauer, it's a big pronged attack because I know that Paul Buschek was in big conference with Schmidbauer, the Austrian and the German. They were discussing the elimination where I think Max was a little disappointed that he got eliminated, but right now we're getting ready for the first sprint because they come around very quickly over these laps. So 85 laps on there, and the rider of Calvin, he swings up as we see the solid pace as Van der Ploeg takes his turn at the front. Now, Van der Ploeg's been really enjoying this competition, but he has found it very difficult at the pace they're riding. Graham Frisley, as I said, he was going to attack it, and he's right at the front. The danger man is Roy Efting, but he went so deep in the elimination. If you witnessed the elimination, he played the devil, and he paid for it in the end. It was an entertaining race, but potentially cost him a lot of energy. Rogovac leads the way at the moment. Lewis Johnson, he was the rider who took a big attack in the tempo. Ryan Schild is going deep as well. We've been very impressed with Will Eves. He was away in the tempo and picked up 7th place. The pace is furious, but a number of riders all willing to do a turn. Not so much Alex Eves. He went up the track immediately Didn't even quite get the front. We wait for an attack and we don't have to wait long because we see it on the move right now is Max Schubert as he goes right now. Maxi on the move and he's gonna get the bell as he goes through. In fact, that ain't Max, that's Stefan Kova. Stefan Kova leads the way. Kova is way down on the rankings. He was out early, but Efting's high. Efting's in there. Dalton Stratton coming as well. Stratton is moving around the outside trying to pick it up, but Frizzly's there as well. And Frizzly takes the 3 points and Efting, almost disgusted, he eased up a little bit and he ends up with the 2 points. But the 5 points goes the way of Stefan Kovar. The Austrian gets the 5 points. It will make a very little difference to the massive leaderboard that we've got with Graham Frizzly on 119, Roy Efting on 104 points. He's gone now to 106 after picking up those 2 points. Dalton Stratton on 93 points. As we see a nice move by the rider of Lewis Johnson. He's drawn out William Eves. Eves is at the front and there is a separation in the riders. There's a lead group of some 9 riders, but most of the favourites are there almost. Now that Roy has returned, Josh Duffy is back onto that lead group. 3 riders are out the back, and including one of those 3 riders is Stefan Kovar. Stefan won the last sprint. 5 points went Stefan's way, but now he's finding it difficult. He's made his way back into the bunch. Graham Frizzly drops in. The rider of Lachlan Oliver swings up at the back, and we look to the front of the field where the Czech rider has almost nonchalantly pedalled off the front. No one was on his wheel. Stephen Hall led this race early. When I say the race, the Omnium. He was the winner of the scratch race. He defended the lead in the tempo race. He came into the elimination and he faltered. And he's no longer in the top 5, but I guarantee you he ain't far from the top 5 and he's still a threat in this event. Rugovic leads the way, the Czech rider, with 3 laps from the sprint, but William Eves is out in pursuit with Stephen Hall on his wheel. This time it is Maximilian Schmidt-Bauer who is in this break, but it is being brought back by Graham Frizzly just in time to see 2 laps to the next sprint. Ryan Schilt slots in front of Graham Frizzly, and Roy Efting just dangling off the wheel slightly. Is he doing a fakie as he ends up on Paul Bischek's wheel? Roy comes to the front and receives the bell. He tries to stall it a little. He wants somebody on the hip. He's got nobody on the hip. He's waiting. He's still waiting. He waits. He sees Frizzly, and out of the saddle goes Roy. Can he defend it? Roy on the inside. Frizzly and Roy accelerates even more. That's 5 points going to the Dutch rider. Ooh, it's tight there. Having a little bit of a rub is the rider of Matt Davis with Graham Frizzly. Now, after a sprint, riders are tired. Roy is tired. And Josh Duffy is not. Duffy goes, the Launceston rider, the great wheel race winner, many times, 2 times winner of the Launceston wheel, and he has 60. He has 70 metres. Can he make it 80? He has 80 metres, and he has the crowd behind him. 68 laps to go. Ryan Schilt swings up, and the chase is on with Paul Bischek. Paul Bischek, the Austrian, leads his erstwhile teammate of Max Schmidt-Bauer. So up goes Josh. Josh has said, that'll do. He's drawn out Lewis, and there will be a settling. Calvin at the back. Calvin Kwong from Singapore is starting to find it difficult. Calvin is getting as aero as he can, but every pedal stroke he's losing a metre or so. At the front of the bunch, they swing up. The door opens underneath. Now, as we look, the lead rider, Paul Bichette, has gotten stronger as this race has gone on. He got second in the elimination. In the front straight, you'll see Lachlan Oliver, who is pretty close to losing a lap. Now, when you lose a lap, you lose 20 points off your overall points. But you can contest the sprints. Ryan Schilt comes around the outside. Max Schmidbauer leads the way, and we are coming closer to the next sprint. Calvin Kwong has recovered and is in the safe spot of the bunch at the moment. We look at the bunch going high. They all go high. Efting's gone low, and meanwhile, Stephen Hall's gone away. Stephen Hall, he opens up a big lead. The chase comes from Maximilian Schmidbauer. He's trying to chase it. Lewis is at the front now. Stephen Hall with 2 laps to the sprint. Roy Efting swung up. Now we see Will Eves at the front. Will Eves and Graham Frisley, is he of concern? Is he concerned about Hall? He is not. He swung up. Dalton also swings up. Now we see the rider of Alex Eves. Short turn, and meanwhile Stephen Hall is riding not to his strengths. He normally doesn't like going solo. He prefers a scrap, a race that punches, and he's having to do it like a time trialist. He's doing a good job, and he's going to get 5 points. Stephen Hall gets the 5 points. Ryan Schilt, but guess who's in there for second is Paul, the rider, Paul Bichette and Maximilian Schmidbauer. Schmidbauer and Bichette, they go through. They get the 3 and the 2. So Bichette gets the 3 points going to 113, and Maximilian Schmidbauer, he gets the 2 going to 98. Stephen Hall decides it's time. He goes up. He looks at Schmidbauer. He lets him go through. He wants the bunch, but he sees Graham Frisley. Has Stephen Hall made a mistake here? He's let the rider of Frisley, get away, and Hall locks onto the wheel of Duffy. And Duffy looks slightly dejected after he tried to go and take the lap, but when the chase was on, he knew. He knows bike racing. He knows when the opportunities are there. He saw the opportunity, but when it dissipated, he turned it off. Roy Efting almost teasing the bunch with his up and down movements, and now we see the Czech rider of Rugovac going away with Ryan Schilt in pursuit, then Maximilian, who has really come on strong in the points race. Graham Frisley has found his man. Taron Cook goes up the track, and likewise goes Alex Eves at the front end of this international race. Well done, Alex Eves. Rugovac leads the way, but it's a fair way to the next sprint, 5 laps. Now, I did spot that Graham Frisley has found the man he is starting to believe he wants to mark. And believe it or not, it's Maximilian Schmidbauer. So Schmidbauer, he's believing that his strength in this points race is worth marking, even though Roy Efting is the closest rider on points. Meanwhile, out in front, Dennis Rugovac leads the way as he comes up on the lap rider of Lachlan Oliver again. 53 laps remaining. Rugovac had a good look back to see who was chasing. The answer is no one. As I said, no one. Matt Davis came down to the bottom of the track and he drew out with him William Eves, followed by Lewis Johnson, followed by Maximilian, followed by Paul Bichette. They all go up again, and that means Rugovac will get further away. Every time the bunch goes high, the gap increases. Stephen Hall realises it. He draws them down. He draws the bunch down, and now they go into the straight line. Do they go high again? They are staying low. Rugovic comes through to receive the bell, indicating 5 points is going to be his. The bunch, Dalton caught on the wheel of Schmidbauer. As he goes through now, we see William Eves. William Eves is looking to get some points, but guess who's on his wheel? Graham Frisley. The 5 points is over here with Rugovic, but Graham Frisley backs off the wheel, comes around William Eves and says, I'll take those 3. William Eves the 2 and Lewis Johnson the 1. And yet Rugovic continues. Rugovic by himself leading some 50 metres in front of Roy Efting. Roy goes up. Lewis Johnson has been very impressive in this points race. Graham Frisley, as I said, he's riding a defensive race, but an aggressive race. He's picking up the points, and he's picking them up very confidently. Now we see the rider of Stefan Kovar go high. Ryan Schilt, by virtue of staying low on the track, instantly goes to a 30-metre lead, and now Paul Bichette goes out. This is not a rider they can let go. Paul Bichette gets into the 3-man breakaway. Lewis Johnson is in pursuit. Graham Frisley will not like this at all, but Lewis Johnson, he'll be liking what Lewis is doing, closing the gap, and this is now going to be nullified. All back together. Rugovic, Paul Bichette. But Paul does not like the scenario. He goes, Graham Frisley says, no way, you're not going anywhere, Paul, and he's going to try and bring him back. But look what it's done to the bunch. Graham Frisley goes, Roy Efting, he swung up, he's found the rider of Alex Eves on his wheel, and he says, okay, we're going. Graham Frisley, is he going on with this? Paul looks back, sees Roy Efting, he sees the face, and it's a face of pain. Roy Efting is continuing. Here we go, we've got 4 away, including Alex Eves, the young Tasmanian. He's an under-19 rider, and he's in a breakaway with an Austrian, a Dutch rider, and an Australian, and little Alex Eves is right in the money at the moment. He is fighting for his life as he got the 4 riders, and he's got a breakaway. This is going. Graham Frisley has gone aero. That means he wants this. He wants to pull these 4 riders, and if that is the case, we've got our podium. Roy Efting and Paul Bichette, those 2 riders with Graham Frisley. The bunch, what bunch? It's broken. There is no real bunch anymore. 4 followed by a group of 5, followed by a group of 4, followed by a group of 3. The bunch, that is that one over there, 5 riders. That is all I see. 42 laps to go. And Ryan Schilt, now watch Max Schmidbauer go to the front. He goes up. Lewis Johnson trying to bring back these 4. Alex Eves in the breakaway. I'd love to see Will Eves shut that down, but Lewis Johnson really riding strong. The bell rings for the front 4 riders, and we are forming a group. As we see now, Roy Efting, but look at Frisley, he backed off the wheel, he's running at the wheel. Ken Efting holding him out one more time, but Graham Frisley looks too comfortable. Graham Frisley, 5 points, Efting the 3, Alex Eves the 2 points, and Paul Bichette 1 point. I'm fairly confident. I'm not actually confident. I wonder what Alex Eves was thinking when he looked down the track and saw Will Eves. Was he glad that he was there? Or was he disappointed that his brothers made it across to him? It'll be an uncomfortable drive home, nevertheless. Graham Frisley, straight up the track. Alex Eves, starting to get excited about this. Van der Ploeg in here as well. As we look at Paul Bichette, you see the leaderboard, it will change slightly. The positions will not move though. And Paul Bichette is really riding very strong. Maximilian sitting in second wheel. Ryan Schilt, followed by Max, followed by Lewis, followed by William, then Stephen Hall. Stephen Hall in the black almost got himself in trouble when the group of 4 went away. As expected, there is a recovery time. When they go high, they are looking for somebody else to take the lead. Graham Frisley knows that currently he has a 15-point lead. And if the pace stays firm and the pace stays high, it is easier to defend that lead than if it's slow. If it's slow, attacks will go. Like now. Stephen Hall goes with William Eves, and in pursuit is Ryan Schilt. And on Ryan Schilt wheel is the rider of Paul Bichek. And if Paul Bichek moves, Graham Frisley moves. On his wheel, Maximin Schmidbauer, he's on there as well. We've got a split with Lewis Johnson for the first time, asking for somebody else to do a turn. It turns out to be Roy Efting. The front two, William Eves swings up. Hall goes into the gap. William Eves missed the wheel, but decides to close it down. Alex Eves is across there now. Rugovic, followed by Calvin, followed by the rider of Stefan Covert, then the rider of Lewis Johnson, and Roy Efting getting a little bit of a reprieve at the back of the field. Now, a reminder that when the riders lose a lap, they lose 20 points, but they are certainly allowed to be reabsorbed by the bunch, and they can sprint for points. And you can see the rider of Vanderploeg trying to defend that lap. 31 laps to go. Hall normally would go for that, but he has swung up, which means he's not interested in the points per se. But Will Eves is. Lewis Johnson gets a Frisley squeeze as he goes around, but guess who's going to come around all of them? It's Paul Bichek, the Austrian, takes the 5 points. The 3 points goes the way of Graham Frisley. William Eves takes the 2. Lewis Johnson the 1 point. So Graham Frisley, even though he didn't win that sprint, and Paul did, his lead increases, and it increases by 3 points. So we look, and again, as the commissaire sees riders losing a lap, he indicates that the points need to be deducted. As well as watching the sprints, he's got a big job ahead of him and making sure that they're all fair. Now, as the bunch goes high, Ryan Schilt goes down to the bottom of the track again. And this has worked well for him. And he's drawn out Maximilian Schmidbauer. Graham Frisley looks over and sees Paul Bichek. As we look at the leaderboard, 132, Graham Frisley, 114, Roy Efting, Paul Bichek, 109. And he is 11 points clear of Schmidbauer. And Dalton hasn't really featured. In fact, his points progression is going to go backwards as he loses a lap. 2 lead riders, Maximilian Schmidbauer and Ryan Schilt. Dalton's gone up the track, and suddenly Stephen Hall is now 5th outright. Stephen Hall now goes to 5th place with 91 points. The rider sitting in there, he's whittled away. He hasn't picked up the sprints. We've got 3 riders on the lead at the moment, and the rider is Schmidbauer. Now, the reason that the rider of Stefan Kova, he is considered a drop rider in this 3-man group, and he is not allowed to contribute to the pacemaking. Ryan Schilt knows that, so he drops in onto Maximilian Schmidbauer's wheel as he goes through, and they are calling riders out as we go along. So Stefan Kova, as long as he doesn't contribute, he is allowed to stay there. He will not collect points at this stage. He can't collect points until he is absorbed by the bunch. So we've got 2 leaders, a drop rider, then the bunch. That's the way it is with 22 laps to go. And Chief Commissaire gave me a little nod saying that is correct. So we've got Ryan Schilt. Ryan Schilt's list the wheel, or has he deliberately cracked there? We've got Maximilian by himself. Schmidbauer leads the way. Ryan Schilt goes back in, reminding you that the 5 and 3 are up here. The 2 and 1 are in the bunch. And now we're looking at the rider out in front. And Maximilian takes the 5 points. Well done. Ryan Schilt takes the 3 points. We go back to the bunch. Roy Efting will take the 2 points. 1 point will go to rider number 7. And of course, rider 7, the New Zealander, Lewis Johnston. So as we go out, Maximilian leads. Ryan Schilt is going back to the bunch now. He is sat up, and that means that our rider of Stefan Kover is also going to lose his lap. Once the bunch makes contact, Stefan Kover will lose 20 points, but it won't make a difference to the overall points tally as we get a relaxing moment. Graham Frisley does not like relaxing. His idea of a holiday isn't sitting on a beach. He wants action. It's more like bungee jumping, something like that. Out in front. Now it's Dalton's turn to be the limpet. He grabs onto Maximilian Schmidbauer's wheel. As we look, Rugovic at the front, Roy Efting in the bunch. Dalton can't work with Maximilian, and he knows it. Maximilian also didn't realise he's dizzy with a heart rate at 180. I think he's going to go back now. It looks like he's conceded. His body shape has changed. He's sat up, and those 2 riders are going back to the bunch. One of them will be losing a lap. The other one goes back into the bunch. Maximilian Schmidbauer still sits in 4th place, 5 points behind Paul Bischek, with 15 laps remaining. A reminder that the sprint on 10 is worth 5, 3, 2 and 1, but the sprint on 0 is worth 10 for the win, 6, 4 and 2. A lot can change with those points. At this stage, the rider of Graham Frisley leads this bike race by 16 points. If he can keep 11 of those points, he essentially has won the Omnium. Essentially. Paul Bischek needs points in this one to get closer to Roy Efting. Well, they all need points. Everybody needs points. It's like money. They all want more. Efting looks over. Efting's starting to, is he conceding the win? Is he looking for defending second? And the way his body language is, it looks like he's trying to find where Paul Bischek is, and Paul Bischek's getting away from him. Efting reacts because Rugovic has gone. Rugovic gets the bell lap now for the sprint. The bell rings as we see Rugovic leading the way, followed by the rider of Schmidbauer, William Eves, and Paul Bischek. Roy Efting has to react. He has to defend. He has to do this. Rugovic takes the 5. Efting defended. Efting defended. Almost sounds rude. But now, Roy Efting gets the 3 points, goes to 119. The 2 points went to Paul Bischek. So we see Rugovic taking the 5, and the best form of defence is attack. And Paul Bischek is almost dizzy, not knowing how to take on Roy. Roy says, "You're going nowhere without me." He's following the wheel of Paul Bischek, the Austrian versus the Dutch rider. The Dutch rider looks fatigued, and again he says, "No, I don't care. If you go away, I'm staying here. If we go back to the bunch, that means I'm more than likely gonna get second." He looks to me, his body language is conceded. He cannot win this race. Graham Frisley, if no one takes a lap, Graham Frisley has won the Omnium. Will Eves back to the front. A good defence by Roy, but it's hurt him. He lays off the wheel, he gets off the front. He is knowing that he is 8 points clear. As long as Paul Bichek does not win the final sprint and Roy not place, second belongs to Roy Efting. Stephen Hall goes out on one more gallant attempt. He's been shadowed by Maximilian Schmidbauer and Graham Frisley. He's not bad at math. I think he knows he has done enough to win this event. He is 13 points clear of Roy Efting, and now he's just got to ride this home. Graham Frisley, much like Lauren Perry, wants to show how strong he is. He's been riding defensively, picking up points, and he is, in my opinion, fresher than the majority of riders here. He hasn't had to put his nose into the wind too often, as the other riders have been fighting it for the minor places. He's been left to ride his merry way and the dominant victory in this Omnium. Will Eves goes. Will anyone chase him? Ryan Schilt thinks about it, decides he should. There's Paul Bichek, and where Paul goes, Roy Efting goes. William Eves, 2 laps out. Paul Bichek, Roy Efting, Graham Frisley sitting on Stephen Hall's wheel. Frisley, is he interested? Yes, he is. Paul Bichek leads the way. Roy Efting just making sure if Efting finishes second, he finishes second. But Graham Frisley wants in. Graham Frisley around Will Eves. Paul Bichek, what a brilliant ride by the Austrian. But Roy Efting says, no, I'm here to get second, and I've got it. Now, did I say Graham would try and win the last sprint? I did, and guess what? He does. Graham Frisley, that's your podium. First, second and third across the line is the Omnium podium. Congratulations, Graham Frisley in first. Congratulations, Roy Efting in second, and Paul Bichek in third. So a prominent and very impressive finish. Graham Frisley came home so strongly. You can see the effort that Roy put in, and congratulates Paul Bichek. So a big finish there to the Omnium. As we had no podium for the Keirin, there'll be no podium, but we will try and grab a Lauren Perry and get a word out of her, and also Graham Frisley. Josh, that was an exciting finish to a very long Omnium and a tough event.
Yeah, you've got to admire particularly those guys who were still giving it everything at the end. Efting and Bichek, but obviously Frisley was just far too good.
He was absolute dominant, and as he determined to win that last sprint, we'll try and find Lauren Perry. Big congratulations. In fact, we've got the podium set up. Let's throw you up there because so many people want to applaud you. Ladies and gentlemen, Lauren Perry, the Omnium, it's a delightful race when it goes your way.
Yes, it is, and it can be pretty brutal when it doesn't go your way.
Now, today, you quite enjoyed having that lead, and you knew where you could go and what you could do.
Yeah, I think it's nice to be in a position now to kind of learn the tactics of leading an Omnium, and yeah, where to save energy and where to spend it. And yeah, today it was really good to finish it off well.
It seemed to me that the scratch race was possibly the most nervous part of the event, the start. Once you got, and I indicated that with my first interview with you. after that, it was like, yeah, I know how to do this.
Yeah, I think always for any competition, the first race is always where all the nerves are. You never know how it's going to unfold, and that was the case today as well. You don't know who's going to rise up to the challenge on the day, and we had a few people out there who really showed they were good, the Malaysian girls and the Czech girl, not to mention our own Aussies. Yeah. So, yeah, of course we're nervous.
Well, we do have a jersey to present to you. The sponsor is GLE, and a big thing. ALE, a big thank you to ALE and the new technology in the jersey, so certainly one to treasure. And Ian Loft will present you with that, the president of Launceston Cycling Club. So big congratulations to Lauren Perry. We'll try and get a Graham Frisley over here and we'll get a group photo of the winners. So Graham Frisley, if you can make your way over to the podium area, and with that we'll wrap up the night. If you can make your way over, please, for a couple of photos. A big congratulations to Graham Frisley, who's just finished a little bit of a warm down. I'm sure you want a little bit longer, but we'll grab. We've got a jersey for you from ALE cycling.com.au with the latest technology in the jersey manufacturing. But again, I think you enjoyed that, being in a defend. You weren't really defending. You're picking up points where you needed to, and was increasing your lead, but it felt comfortable. Coming into the last sprint, in your mind you wanted it, but then they made it hard for you.
Oh yeah, it was this super hard day out. There was so much quality in the field that, yeah, it always makes it a tough one. But yeah, I just figured I still had some legs going into the last sprint, so I'll stretch them out a little bit.
You probably enjoyed watching the battle for second place with Roy Efting and Paul Bichek, and Maximilian was so strong early as well.
Oh yeah, they were all so good all day. Yeah, it was interesting with them, all the cat and mouse and stuff for second place, but no, it was a solid day out.
Now, the program for the TasCarnivals, it's a big one, and you've got a good partner in the Madison, we hope.
Yeah, I'm riding with Josh, so that should be really good. I won it last year with Jensen, so hopefully I can go back to back. And
it's a big event, the Madison, here at Launceston.
Oh yeah, definitely. And all the European guys, they do so many Madisons, so they're going to be really, we're going to have to be on top of our game to win.
Well, congratulations, Graham Frisley, on your Omnium win. The jersey will be presented to you. Congratulations. And with that, the photos will be taken. I'll be saying a big thank you to the commissaires, the volunteers, and of course, TasCarnivals. And we look forward to seeing you in 2 days' time for the Madison right here at Launceston Silverdome.